been involved in relation to marginalized. One time I was asked by the Commission on Resource Allocation, I think you know that one, CRA. Those are the people who are the custodian of Equalization Fund, to go to the marginalized and do a very quick research in 10 days and come back with a document, which Charles has a copy, I think. CRA on marginalized. If you don't, I will send it back to him. And track the most marginalized, You see, you could be a Maasai, but within the Maasai community, there are those that are marginalized, like me. If you could be in any group, but you come from a very tiny subgroup. And so I went and tracked down some 10. I went to Ermolo. You need to pay attention to the Ermolo because they're actually dying slowly. And we need to do something about it as a group, as marginalized and minority. I went to the Wata in Isiolo. I went to the Boni in Lamu, and I went to a few others. And I wrote a report that you can read, which has become policy already. They wanted research done. I did it very quickly and gave it to them, so they turned it into policy, and which went to Parliament, and then it was adopted by the parliamentarians. It was also me who turned a whole village into something sustainable. So wherever you are as a marginalized, go back to your village and start from there and do something about 5 areas. 1, education. 2, economy. 3, socio-political and legal. 4, the spiritual. Whatever they believe in. I noticed the doctor asked us to say the anthem and not to pray. Whatever they believe in, some kind of faith. That is number 4. And number 5, the physical, roads, health, anything and everything that could be seen in the village or in your sub-village. Do something about it in my own village, and you can come to my village of Welepolos. We were receiving relief. We didn't have a primary school. We didn't have a clinic. We did not have toilets, except 1 or 2. One of them was mine. And we turn all of that now so that everybody has a toilet. As simple as that, just a concept of toilet. Where do you go to the toilet? It's very, very important. So you can go back to your village and do something. I'm also the one that has been mentioned by Nandain that actually took some marginalized people to Arusha. Yes, because I was working in Arusha at the time in World Vision. I was a director of World Vision. So World Bank, fortunately the person in World Bank at that time was my PhD supervisor. So he came to me to help him find a venue and find marginalized people, and I took them to Arusha, where they were given space to talk about their issues and recognized by the UN. Together with that also, I'm the one who planted World Vision all over the country of Kenya, especially in marginalized areas. If you don't have World Vision in your community, tell me so that I can talk to them to come. I'm the one also who took Compassion International. I was a director of Compassion International for 8 years and took Compassion International to almost every marginalized community. Now, if you did not have capacity at that time to receive compassion, because they look for a church, they also look for a school, and now you do, please talk to me so that I can talk to those guys for you to have Compassion International. Compassion International will work with kids who are 3 to 9 years and follow them until they turn 22 for 30, 40 years, imagine. 30, 40 years. So they can turn your community into a very viable place. I'm also the one who started a program called University Goes to the Village program. I want you to listen to this one because it is really yours. University Goes to the Village program. Having been in universities for a long time, I decided to start a program that will benefit marginalized and minorities, where people who have never gone to school are helped to be literate. People who have never gone to school are helped to get certificate. We are actually the ones who started. 1, skills that are sellable. 2, experience, because we are going to attach you to the office of the president, for example, where you guys are. We are going to negotiate with any and every private sector, any and every non-governmental organization, any and every university to allow you to have space for 1 full year of internship in order for you then to begin to look for more and more formal jobs, because you now have experience having worked in the office of the president or having worked in a university like mine, and so on and so forth. So it is called I Give Back. So those are the 5 areas that I have worked with and for and by the marginalized and minorities. Then I want to challenge you, because I still have a few minutes. I want to challenge you to think about these 3 things. These 3 things are called KLM. KLM. K for knowledge, L for land, M for money. Of the 3 things, let me ask you, what do you think the marginalized have most? Knowledge, land, money. Land. Land. Correct. Correct. But the only time you can maintain and retain and sustain and continue to have land is if you have K and you have M. If you don't have K, you are likely to foolishly lose the L. And thousands of hectares, thousands and thousands of acres have gone, disappeared from minorities and from marginalized because they don't have enough K. Now you might say they have a lot of K, which is indigenous, right? But it is not written anywhere. I can't read that knowledge from any book. By the way, can I get someone to get me the books where I was sitting? Where is the young lady who was sitting with me? Can you kindly get me the small bag? I was talking with her a few minutes before I came. That indigenous knowledge, Dr. Charles, all of us, need to be documented. If it is not documented, it doesn't exist. Why? Because the older folks are going to disappear slowly, and they're the ones who are custodians of that knowledge. So where will we then, what will we be Where will we be getting that knowledge from? This is a book that I recently, this is my 41st book. I've written 40 plus now this one. So feel free to buy it at 2,000 shillings. It is education and social change among the Maasai, and by extension among the minorities, among the marginalized, because it talks about how we struggle to go to school. But I've written other books on development, I've written other books on leadership, I've written other books on management. And so the point I'm making is the L, which is the land, can only be secured if we have the K. Knowledge, enough knowledge. Enough knowledge. Indigenous plus modern knowledge. Indigenous plus anything and everything that you can get hold of to read. So that's, thank you very much. So these books are available. I brought only 20 copies, 2,000, and you can grab yours after this. So the K and the L and the M. Now, did you know, my friends, did you know that I want you to hear this? If you were to, and Kimaren has come, and I want him to hear this because he also runs an organization. And all of you, if we were to look for marginalized people, we actually focus on marginalized. And we look for 1,000 of them. 1,000. 1,000. Did you get that figure? 1,000? And we say to them every week, let's forego lunch. Every week we forego lunch. Let's assume the lunch is only 1,000 shillings. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so this 1,000 will be put together for the 1,000 people. And how much would we have in that week? We are 1,000 and we are contributing 1,000. How much money will we have? 1 million. And did you know where that 1 million came from? It came from you not having one of their lunches or two of their lunches in a week. Because 1,000 for within 5 days, minus Saturday and Sunday, and you actually put it in a kitty. If it is 1 million a week, what about in a month? How much money is that? 4 million, right? If it is 4 million in a month, what about in a year? How much is that? What? 48 million plus interest. You can put it in T-bills, you can put it in faulu, you can put it in some 17% interest. So we will have roughly 50 million between and among us marginalized people in a year. That is only 1 year, 12 months. Just think about that money for a minute. 50 million. And if we were to extend beyond 1,000 marginalized people, if we were to extend, meaning go beyond 1,000 actually to 2,000, to 3,000, to 4,000, but be committed to 1 week, 1,000, 1 month, 1 year. And what will we do with the money? Anything and everything. We can buy land that has already been grabbed from the marginalized, couldn't we? Kimaren, you fight for land. That is one way of getting back that land which has been grabbed. And I'm sure every one of you has had something to do with the land issues where you are, because we marginalized owned majority of the spaces in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, the whole of East Africa, the whole of Africa. But that land has been disappearing slowly through government hands, through county hands, through other means, many means, including your neighbor. Your neighbor. And suppose you use the 50 million a year to get it back. Suppose you use the 50 million a year to go back to your small town. Mine is Ololulunga. And I see a tall building that is costing 10 million. How many tall buildings could I buy with 50 million? With your help? At least how many? 5. Now, that is only 1 year. Suppose you have a plan for 10 years. A lot of money and a lot of, let's reclaim all that which was lost. But before I lose you, in case you are not with us, I'm finally saying that we marginalized and minority need to think seriously about 3 things. 1, increasing your knowledge. Your educational knowledge, your economic knowledge, your socio-political, legal knowledge, your spiritual knowledge, your physical knowledge. 2, paying attention to land, space, plots, land. That is the one thing that marginalized people have, land. But it is disappearing slowly. If it was 1,000 acres, now it is probably 10. Now, once that disappears, do you know what will happen to marginalized? They are going to be on the streets. I don't know if enough of you have gone to India. There are millions of people on the streets, day in and day out. I don't know if you have gone to other places where there is no more ownership of land or plots. Millions and millions of people are basically born, raised on the streets. And we cannot, as marginalized, afford to do that. And then the last one is M, the money. So let me test these 3 things, and especially the last one. Who has a million right now in his or her phone? Me, I have a million. 1 million. I want to find out your money capacity right now. Who has a million? And be honest. It is possible now to have a million. You are actually carrying it, but nobody will see it because it is not in a gunia anymore. And I'm not an employee of KRA. Just a million guys. Who in the house will join me and say, me on my phone? Not even an account there. Because you have, why are you going to go to the bank again? To queue? You have a bank already. A million. So you may not be raising your hand, and it may actually be real that you don't. Pay attention to that, M. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us appreciate him na njia ya hesabu, kwa sababu ametufundisha mahesabu kadhaa. 5 factorial, 1 2 go, 1 2 3 4 5. Thank you very much. Asante Professor, we've gotten a lot of wisdom. And for me, I got KLM. KLM. Knowledge, land, money, wisdom. Those who have still to get to the 6th floor, like some of us, I think you're gaining some knowledge to help you navigate this life in a easier and faster way than some of us did. So as much as we are doing for the minorities and marginalized, please make sure you are also getting personal capacity built. So in the interest of time, I want to invite our second guest, who is Kimaren, Stanley Kimaren, to come and shed light on scoping and research with regard to minorities and marginalized ethnic communities. So you're welcome to take us through within your 20 minutes scope. If anyone has a question, kindly write it down, and then we can look at it later before the professor leaves. Asante. Karibu sana.
Asante, Daktari, and good morning. Thank you, Daktari, for the handshake, the welcome handshake. Good morning, friends. Good morning again. All right, thank you. So my name is Kimaren Ruyamit. I come from Narok. So Narok is privileged to occupy the first few spaces of this session. It's a very, very high privilege. I work with an indigenous community focus organization called ILEPA. ILEPA, I-L-E-P-A. And ILEPA is a Ma word that means arise, take action, exercise agency, change your position. There's more things to gain. So that is ILEPA. And what else? And I am extremely honored to stand here before you, and particularly also to come after Professor Sena, who is my mentor in more ways than one. And I was really feeling whether I have much to add after he speaks. But given a chance, I have to try and find something to say. So I want to appreciate the Directorate of Minorities and Marginalized for putting this together. These are very historic moments for this agenda and this constituency. We started this journey of social inclusion, of creating a harmonious Kenya where everyone has an equal chance to development, to the benefits of development, to a voice, to knowledge systems, diverse knowledge system, ways of knowing and doing, a while back. And for many years, what was in reference in most policies was just indigenous knowledge. But the holders of the knowledge were absent from the discussion. So it was an abstraction of a dimension of this constituency. But here we are, together with government, non-state actors, these indigenous, marginalized minority communities in the same room, talking about a possible integrated response. So I know I have very few minutes. I would have wanted to do a PowerPoint, but in the interest of time, allow me not to. My role here is to share some work that was done under the leadership of the National Gender Inequality Commission some 2 years ago. And this work was titled A National Inclusive Development Framework for Marginalized Communities. A National Inclusive Development Framework for Marginalized Community. You know, the Gender Inequality Commission with the Directorate share this role of creating a framework to comprehensively respond to the challenges, the needs and the rights of minorities, marginalized indigenous people. So they came together with the World Bank the World Bank funded this scoping study, which was a desktop review of the literature available on this agenda. And the goal is actually to develop a robust, sustainable mechanism for mainstreaming the rights, the needs, and the interests of these communities, so that we move away from a reactive approach to this issue to a more proactive, thought-through, comprehensive approach to ensure that these communities are right in the center of Project Kenya, like every other Kenyan. So this was the goal. And we sought to answer a number of questions. One was who and where are these communities? Where are they? Who are they? Generally, you cannot plan, you cannot respond to an amorphous entity. You need to understand the extent, the boundaries, so that you can effectively target. This was one of the questions. And the output there was an inventory of these communities in terms of where they are and the dynamics around that. That was the first objective in question. The second was, what name do they refer themselves? Is there a common reference or identity or name for which we can refer these communities? And the reality is that there are many names. Some of these names are around livelihoods. You hear hunter-gatherers, fisher folks, pastoralists. Some others are names like marginalized, minorities, indigenous people, indigenous forest people. So there is a whole array of names for which these communities are referred to. And the question is there appetite for a reference name that brings them together, broadly agreed and accepted by this community? The third question was around, how are they meaningfully represented or organized? If the state or commissions wanted to engage with these communities, is there a framework from their perspective, a representative, inclusive framework that becomes the entry point for programming at a national level for these groups? So the idea of a framework of these communities so that we can engage them as a constituency as provided by the Constitution. The fourth question was, how is the state itself, the state organs and constitutional commission, organized as government to respond to them? Because the reality of the matter is that mandates that touch on these communities are scattered in the institutional ecosystem of the country. And that scattering is not just scattered, but they do not exchange notes. They are not talking. So there could be gains. For example, there have been quite a bit of gains in the Ministry of Environment, partly because these communities are very much nature-oriented in their livelihoods. So things around climate change, biodiversity, land and natural resources are very directly, touch their lives. So they have engaged quite a bit in that space of the environment. But there are many other state agencies that have a role on these communities, and that there is need to think, how can they synergize these actions to optimize the aspiration to guarantee their rights as provided in the Constitution? So there was that idea of how is a state organized. And all these questions were to be, synthesized into a framework. The one that was being called the National Inclusive Development Framework for Marginalized Communities, a robust, sustainable mechanism that responds to all these issues. So a scoping study was commissioned, as I've said, to respond to this question, supported by the World Bank. And I was privileged to undertake this scoping study. We didn't go to the field, I should say. It was more of a desktop review. But why is this question critical? So we have a very, very robust constitution on this agenda. Article 260 defines these communities, unpacks who these communities are. And that Article 260 has paragraph A, B, C, and D, unpacking the parameters and the categories of groups that falls under this term marginalized communities. 260 is a definition article of the Constitution. And basically talks about 4 elements. One is attachment to culture. That these communities have relatively sustained their traditional indigenous cultures compared to the rest. And so they stand out. And there's this third example I always give of watu watatu na Masai moja kwa gari. Okay? So huyo mwingine ni Masai, sio mtu, kuna watu watatu. And it's because of their culture, their material culture. Their earlobes are distended, they have shukas, they have a sword, they're the only people who walk around, and so on and so forth. And so the other is 21.3, Article 21.3 of the Constitution, that obligates the state to secure the respect, the recognition, respect, and promotion of rights of all, and unpacks which these categories, including marginalized communities. Article 56 talks about these rights to livelihoods, that these communities have lagged behind and they need to be given affirmative action to catch up with the rest of the country. Article 56. And then Article 100 talks about political representation, that a mechanism should be established to actually guarantee, because numbers, these communities are minority in numbers. Their numbers cannot deliver their voice if politics is about numbers. So you need a special mechanism to respond to them. And so Article 100. Article 174 on devolution talks about actually the entire aspiration of devolution is to enhance inclusivity, participation, equity, correct the historical errors of non-inclusive development pathways that have left some geographies, that have left some people behind. And so the whole vision and inspiration of devolution is actually inclusive development, representation, voice, and access to opportunities by all Kenyans, independent of histories and geographies. And so the scoping study goes further to try and provide a criteria for identifying these communities. In that goal to try and move towards a comprehensive inventory, which ultimately should be gazetted so that programs, resources can be targeted more effectively and efficiently to these groups. And one of the criteria for identifying this community is Article 260. It has defined. I'd said one dimension is attachment to culture. The second dimension is traditional occupation that are unique, that are not necessarily very market-oriented. And it mentions nomadic pastoralism. It mentions hunter-gatherers. The other dimension is numbers. A of 260 talks about minority status. Communities, by virtue of their size and population, actually, so the Constitution is one foundation for identifying them based on 260. The other is a national census, which talks about numbers. So the criteria of minorities can be picked from the census. And I was very encouraged yesterday when I heard the director of the Directorate, Mheshimiwa Lowoi, talking about how they have challenged the Kenya Bureau of Statistics to actually provide in their, the public service, I think, to actually provide in their portal all these groups, because normally as you apply for jobs and there is affirmative provisions, some code of communities are missing in the portal, and so you just miss out because your name is not there. And so the population census is another space to look at. The other one is international safeguards instruments that Kenya has, development partners who have policies which have been triggered in the country. So the World Bank has a policy on indigenous and marginalized. The EU has a policy, and so on and so forth. And some have been triggered in different project contexts. And if you do a scan of where and which communities these policies have triggered, you can actually come close to these communities. Of course, we know Kenya is party to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is a continental space for promoting rights of community, collective and individual rights. And this commission had established a working group that is called a Working Group on Indigenous People Issues in Africa. And they did a comprehensive work and produced a report that has become the basis for indigeneity, indigenous people to Africa. Not necessarily those who arrived first, but exactly those who fit the profile or self-identify as indigenous, or whom we call marginalized. So again, ni time imeisha ama ni relevance? All right, yeah, that was a serious notification. But with your assurance, Daktari, I will try to wrap up. Maybe it's a silent warning that watch out, time is expiring. So I was saying, in this study there is a criteria, an indicative criteria, not conclusive, an indicative criteria to narrow down, basically to identify whom these communities are. And the study goes on to, so why is it necessary to do this? So number one is that the Constitution has settled the question that we are unequal. We have produced inequality the way we have done development. So we are no longer discussing whether, okay, you see it is intensifying. That's the frequency. So just to avoid doubt, how many minutes am I left with? 5? 10. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. So now I'll ignore it. Where was I? Somebody help me. Yeah, so why is it critical? So number one is that we have settled the question of inequality. We are unequal. So we are no longer debating whether some people are left behind or not. They are left, and we have agreed. That's one. It is also critical because we have not only acknowledged inequality, we have proposed remedies. Remedies for which we have not seen the results yet. So we have said, for example, Article 204 Equalization Fund. A fund is established that 0.5% of national revenue go to for 20. Okay, we are hostage to that technology. So for 20 years to respond to those issues, we lost 7 years politicking who should administer the funds. And by the time we are coming to it, we are only left with 13 years. And even now, the disbursement of the equalization fund. Anyway, so the social, what are they called? Welfare programs, including the equalization fund, are not reaching these communities. And basically, despite a robust constitution and some level of policies, the marginalization persists. And so the study goes on to actually unpack some of the drivers of marginalization. What are the drivers of marginalization? So number one, of course, is policy. Number what? Of 1969? 10. We know it. So these places that are dry, don't put resources. Put resources in the highlands. Feed these fellows who like roaming around in the wilderness. They have nothing to give. So these places was viewed as places of scarcity. Places basically of insecurity. And so resources were, so the investment there was the investment away from there, basically. Not encouraged to live there because life is impossible. Then, there is a reflection of geographical disparities associated with these policies. Some geographical landscapes were left behind, which corresponds with culturescapes, peoplescapes, which corresponds with people's groups in the country. And then the issue of land and natural resources. Land, most of these communities have a land question they are struggling with. Historical claims. Yeah? The absentee landlords in the coast. The historic... Data? Yeah, money has been poured. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I can have my thought process flowing. Where were they? So there are many drivers. Okay. Human rights. They have experienced quite a bit of human rights violation in different forms. Access to job opportunities in the market. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has done a report on social inclusion based on cultural identity. These communities are hardly anywhere. Mheshimiwa Leroy talked about, I don't know whether it was Wata or some group in Coast, who only had a chief who was retiring or something like that since independence. So their access to job opportunities is a challenge. The historical land question has not been addressed despite it being in the Constitution, despite the National Land Commission being given the responsibility to actually address historical land injustices. The other issue is data, disaggregated data on this constituency. The first space of exclusion is erasure through data. The state and the bureaucracy knows the citizens as data sets. They don't know the reality. Okay? They respond to data. So if you don't exist as a data set, you cannot be budgeted for. The policy, there cannot be a policy on you because you don't exist. Yeah? I'm told, from my experience also as a civil society actor, what is not written is not said. And this example, we are pursuing an investor whom some of our leaders took money, community resources, and we wanted to hold our leaders accountable. When we went to this investor, he said, yes, I gave the guys the money you're saying. So we gave them, yes. On our way out, he said, have I written? We said, no. He said, I haven't said. So it is true, but you can't prove. So anyway, so just to say, data is the other issue, the other place for which these communities are actually suffering. The other issue is in access to justice. Access to justice. First is that historically, they have been distant from the epicenter of the judicial systems of the country. And so the judicial system was distant geographically and perceptually from them. So they end up trying to sort issues around locally through the indigenous justice systems, which does not respond to bigger question. Even when the court has spoken positively about them, implementation of these positive court decisions have been a challenge. The Ogek have a decision, for example. The Ndorois have a decision from the African Commission. And very recently, the Ogek of Chopkitale have a decision. And so it is not just a strain of accessing justice, but also the challenge of completing the story of justice when the court has made positive decisions on the question they manage to bring to the court. And so this scoping study analyzes all this and then comes to strategies, talks about strategies to respond to these challenges, which are the elements of the inclusive development. Principles that should inform these response measures. The idea was that if we had a full portrait of the list of these communities, consulted framework with indicators to actually now say, in the beginning it was a framework, a national inclusive development framework. It still served both purposes. It was, and I'm not sure if they are here, they can tell us whether copies can be found, but it's available online on the Gender Inequality Commission website. Yes, thank you, brother. So that is a hard copy, and it is there. So it is a seminal piece in trying to build a foundation to actually move towards a policy framework, which we've been in discussion with other partners, including the and the Directorate and the Gender Inequality Commission and the World Bank, basically coming together to try and move now from a framework, from a scoping study to a policy framework. And that train has left the station, and we really hope that this policy will see the light of day so that we create a harmonious country where everybody feels they belong. Not when the northerners come to Nairobi, they say we are coming to Kenya. Because essentially they feel they are not part of the center. They are not part of the country. With those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to stop there, hoping I have whetted your appetite to read the scoping study, to commit to this agenda. Kenya can only be sustainably developed when every Kenyan feels they occupy their rightful space, they enjoy their rightful rights, and they are walking the journey of Project Kenya together in peace and harmony. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. So tumpatie ya nyayo tatu. Wale jenzi wako hapa, ya nyayo inaenda hivi. Tukisema moja, tunafanya hiyo ni moja. So when we say 3, you understand. So twende tumpatia tatu za nyayo. 1, 2, go. Funga. Fungua. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Kimeren, for that brief and insightful. I don't want to call it a speech or a learning. I actually don't know where to place it. It's still in research. The researchers in the room, unit researchers, our partners researchers, I'm sure you have gotten something. You have added something to what you already have. So asante sana. We have quite a number of speakers, and I can see they have so much to give, and the time we have given them is so little, so we got to really move. Allow me not to take too much time on that. Now, I asked those who may have questions for Professor to write them down. So if you have done so, kindly you could ask now. 2, those who would have questions for Stanley, you also have 2 minutes to ask, and we will see how these questions will be answered because of time. So any questions first of all for Professor? Okay. Seems we were still arriving in room. Yes.
Professor, about the university course program. Just for my community, I've never heard about that. So how far, or the success story about it?
Okay, we are going to take down the questions and we'll get Professor to speak to us more about it later. So any other question? We are recording them down. Any other question for Professor? Okay, thank you very much. Another one? You still have another one? Mike?
Also that's the same with the prior learning or prior experience. I'm from a community whereby we have the traditional people who may cure people, especially on operation. From my locality, we have 2 soldiers who got do surgery that have never started in the school.
Senior citizens.
Yes.
And upgrading and upskilling and retooling and capacity building. So that is taken note of. And as I said, we will find a time that they could be addressed. Thank you. Any other question for Professor before I move to questions for Kimaren? Okay, asante sana. Any questions for Kimaren on scoping and research? You know, silence means people have understood or they are still thinking about it, digesting it. So thank you very much. So we move to the next speaker, but before we do that, allow me to ask everyone to stand up. It's a workshop. It's a workshop. So we got to relax. We got to be alert. And we are learning. We are learning. I know I've interrupted some of you, but no worries. We need to be alert. So let's stretch our bodies. So tunainua mikono juu tuite mvua. Tuite mvua kwa marginalized areas. Tuite mvua. On our sides, tuite pesa. Pesa, pesa. Pesa zikuje, pesa. Ukiita pesa unaita namna hii. Usifanye hivi, zitalanda wapi hivi. Pesa zikuje from all sides, zikuje from all over the world, Aya, twende chini tulime. Kuna watu hawajui kulima leo mtaji. Okay, tulime kabisa. Aya, mvua, ita mvua. Pesa, tulime. Mvua, pesa. Nataka kuona nani hajakifika kwa room. Pesa. Aya, mvua, tulime. Mvua, pesa. Find your seat. Thank you. Asanteni sana. So at this point, I wish to invite our next speaker, that is the CEO, Mainyoito Pastoralist Integrated Development, Mr. Joseph Olesimel. Please, sir, come forward and share your experiences as well as your interactions with the government now and expectations now and going forward. Karibu.
Thank you. Honorable Owe and the Secretariat of the unit, participants of this very important workshop. That is what I heard. The earlier speakers and the speaker that are going to speak after me. My name is Joseph Ole Simel and I come from Kajiado, Narok and Nakuru. Very important to understand that bit. I want to begin by asking a very simple question. How many people here come from Tana River? One. How many from Turkana? One. How many from Wajir? Very good. None. I've been asked last night to make a comment today. Initially, I was invited as a participant, but last night, I think at around 7 or 8, requested to make some comments. And I'll be guided on what kind of comments am I going to make. And that is really what the government should do in relation to these particular communities. Marginalization, Oleriamit has highlighted. I'll be a bit disadvantaged because I'm coming after Professor Sena. I'm coming after Oleriamit, who have really built a lot of expertise, did a lot of research, did a lot of documentation. So I'll be a little bit more disadvantaged, but I'll try to answer what I've been asked to comments and share some experiences. This country got independent in 1963. And over the last 50 years, they have developed a narrative, blame the victim. And that's the reason why I ask, where do you come from? Because that's a narrative whereby it have really guided intervention, policy, program design, program implementation, and financial inclusion. You blame the victim first. When we got independent, Oleriami talked about sessional paper number 10 of 1965, in which the Genge government, who got independent from the British, was where to invest and where they don't invest, who to support and who will not be supported. And that continue even until today. We changed that narrative in 2010 by adopting the new constitution 2010. And in Article 156, the country through referendum acknowledges marginalization and exclusion of certain groups and certain regions. And as Oleriamit indicated, they put a framework to address that. And I want the unit to hear this. The first understanding was to identify 14 counties that are very marginalized in this country. And they are the ones to benefit. The 14 counties were to benefit from the equalization fund created by the Constitution. And it's not only just about the delay that was delayed for several years. No, that is not the tragedy. The tragedy is today the beneficiary are 34 counties, undermining and crushing the principle of marginalization. Maybe they continue to increase until 47. Undermining the original principle of Article 56. And that need to be addressed. And that's point number one. You go back to the Constitution, respect the principle of the Constitution, stick to
what really the vision and the referendum decided, that there is marginalization of these communities and the marginalization of these geographical areas, and therefore they need to continue. What is the implication? To increase from 14 to 34, it means 0.5% of the annual revenue will be shared among 34 counties, and that means if Turkana was to get about 100 million, now they are going to get 20 million. What does it mean? It means for the affirmative action of 20 years to bring up these 14 counties to the rest of the country, it may not be achieved in the long run. And that's one thing the government need really to look into. The second element. Is anybody here come from Irmolo? Irmolo are located in Marsabit County. Anyone from Marsabit? So you have two people from Marsabit. The people of Marsabit understand Irmolo. Anyone from Baringo? Baringo are well represented. There are actually 4 in the room. In Baringo, there is a community called Ilchamus. The High Court of Kenya made a judgment to give them their own constituency. Is it the light of the day? No. That means that the judicial decision, the court decision to give Ilchamu their own constituency, never see the light of today. What does it mean? It means that people I've mentioned among others will never see their own political representation. And political representation is a critical element for human survival. So they don't have any political voice. One, because they don't have an award where you have a county assembly, they don't have a constituency, they don't have this and that, and therefore they cannot be represented. Does the political party organs in this country aware of this reality? The answer is no, in most cases. Go to Nakuru and see who have been nominated in the last general election, the current members of the county assembly. Just who are noted who have been nominated in Nakuru County. Pick 10 counties and see who have been nominated. And that shows serious political marginalization of those communities that the Article 56 was trying to really address the issues. The sessional paper number 10 of 65 was the foundation of marginalization, and there's no single any other sessional paper to correct just injustice. I've never seen anything else from the government trying to address what was created in sessional paper number 10 of 1965. Let me see those who come from pastoralist communities in the room. Pastoralist communities. Pastoralist communities depend entirely on livestock production. And their backbone economy is livestock. And they depend entirely on livestock. Go to school, you have to sell a cow and a goat. Go to a clinic and hospital, the same. Do any other thing, it's about going to the market to sell a cow. Blame the victim when the drought comes. When there's a serious drought, like the last drought, we lost almost everything. What the Kenya government does, blame the victim. Why did they wait for the drought? That's a question. Why did you people wait for the drought? So blame the victim. The victim communicated to God, don't rain. But the same country, you have people on who are doing crops production. Give them seeds. Reduce the prices of fertilizers to make things much cheaper for them. But for pastoralists, sorry, they are so busy on conflict in order to do restocking on their own, because nobody assists them to restock. So when you hear the Marakwet, the Pokot, the Samburu, the Turkana, and all of them, they are trying to survive. Nobody wants to understand why they are fighting. They are fighting because they want to eat, because drought has made them to be extreme poor. Is there any government intervention? Sorry, none. But they also pay taxes. What happened if there's a crisis in the coffee sector, sugar sector? The government allocate a lot of resources. The government allocate a lot of resources. But for those who depending on livestock, unfortunately, they don't. And these are the things the government really need to do and need to invest. The government need to have what I called a completely different narrative. A different narrative where they invest heavily on these particular communities. It's not about the name. It's not about indigenous or hunters and gatherers. You can use the term pastoralist, but invest, allocate resources. Because of sessional paper number 10 on 1965, these areas were completely excluded from any kind of development. And today, that reality still exists. I come from Kajiado West. And I now a school, just the other day, class 1 to 8, with 4 teachers. And I now school along the border of Kajiado West and Kajiado North. I now school with a similar number of children, but the teachers are 24. Why? Because everybody wants to work in urban areas, where there's tarmac road, there's electricity, there's water, there are health centers, and so on. But because in Samburu or Wajir or Mandera, those facilities do not exist, TSC has failed completely to address the issue of education when it comes to posting of teachers and balancing the issue of these communities. Blame the victim. We can't go there because there's conflict. There's conflict in Samburu, there's conflict here and there, and therefore teachers are not willing to work there. So leave those people to remain the way they are. I have Samburu as a very good case study. When Olengo Iboni was a CEO of Teacher Service Commission, these communities benefited because he came from there. The problem of marginalization in this country, you get somebody from nearby to make decision for Tana River. You have no idea. You only see Tana River on the map. You only see Turkana on the map. Only see Mandera on the map. He doesn't know where it is. He doesn't know the reality. He doesn't know anything. And you make decisions that have serious political, economic, social implication for that community. The program is designed in Nairobi. The money is from the World Bank, the money from the European Union, the money from so and so. You design a project without the participation, without the consultation of the beneficiary on the ground. The project failed. Blame the victim. You blame the victim because they have not gone to school, and you don't want to take responsibility that you never engage them to see whether that project fit into that particular locality. And that won't need to be changed. How? Ensure participation. That person understands whether you can actually plant coffee or tea in Turkana, in which part of Turkana. Don't make decision in Nairobi. And that's what chapter 11 of the Kenya Constitution try to address, ensure participation of the people who are on the ground. Today, as I come to finish, we are in a crisis of climate change. And so many things are being done. In Article 174 of the Kenya Constitutions, it talked about benefit sharing from the resource being exploited from your locality. Those who are from Marsabit, does anybody here from Orkaria? Orkaria is around Naivasha area. Anyone coming from Oloyangalani? Is anybody, we are going to build your school? As if the project is not that the school will not be built, yet they are paying taxes. And the project generates billions of dollars annually. Is anything going back again to that community? No. They continue to live in poverty, unfortunately. So what the government needs to do is to ensure it respect and implement Article 174. How? The money generated for those energy projects need to go back, at least 5 to 10% need to go back again to the same community to address issue. A policy shift as a country. We need a policy shift. We need to do things differently. We need to correct the mistakes we have made over time. Because a lot of things are decided in Nairobi, by the way. I've been told by a friend called Ikal from Friends of Turkana, when the energy projects were being designed here, the research is being done, the people in Nairobi who knew there are going to be a project, an oil energy project in Turkana, they grab land without going to Turkana. So by the time the project mature, the land surrounding the project area is already gone. To the Turkana, no. To the other Kenyans who are based in Nairobi, who knew the project, who are looking for funds, they already grabbed the land around where the project is. And this is really happened even here in Isiolo. When the airport, the Lamu corridor is being designed. Along that corridor, a lot of land have been lost because the people on this project are already aware they are going to be this particular powerful project in those particular localities. So if we are to address the issue of marginalization, number one, address the issue of policy shift. Number two, put more resources to these communities. Number three, appreciate the capacity, the technical capacity of the people of those communities and give them an opportunity. Give them an opportunity. These people has a lot of knowledge. Some of them have succeeded to struggle to go to school so they can compete with any Kenyan on equal footing. So it's not about being favored. It's about recognizing them and with affirmative action of trying to address the historical marginalization, give them space. Today, I think the space is very, very minimal. Because does the Public Service Commission really know these communities? And this is where the data come from. Does the TSC really understand this? Does the Ministry of Health really understand these communities? I think that's an issue. And this is why, as a government, you need to have that dialogue at the highest level of this government, from the PS level. The PS, as accounting officer of every ministry, must be part of this discussion. Because if they are not, then things will be done the same way, the way we have done for the last 60 years since independence. Finally, government continue to change from this time to this change. We had Kenyatta, we had Moi, we have Kibaki, we have Uhuru, now we have Ruto. And that's a reality. So every government comes with its own policy. I have never seen political parties in this action, and we are mobilized. We are mobilized all over the country. And all of us, we voted think the lack of coordination among these communities have taken other group to take them advantage. So to change this narrative, these communities must be well coordinated among themselves so that they can engage on any political formation in this country. So that the political formation commit is a political formation which is going to form the next government, commit to these communities. Most of you are young people still in school and so on. And the government get a lot of scholarships. That go to these marginalized communities. How many? I don't know. But I wish to see that data. And maybe nobody. Because you don't have somebody at the headquarters to push your name. Here in this country, you hear more about unless you are connected. So when you are not connected, even though you are deserving, you just disappear. So the issue of coordination among these communities is central. So that they negotiate with this political formation before the election. So they elect somebody who commit to go to address their need, challenges, and priorities. Global level, I wish to be educated by the government of the day, not now about history, it's about now, it's about the present. I wish to be advised by the government of Kenya today, through the Office of the Attorney General, why Kenya cannot ratify Article 169. Professor Sena here mentioned about the centrality of land. Why are we colonized? We are colonized because of the history of land. The British or the Europeans, they wanted land to produce food and many other things. So land continued to be very central, socially, economically, and politically. Land still a central theme. And natural resources tenor, this community will continue to be very disadvantaged. In a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, there's a sub-county created for Tiamus, and they launched it. But because of the land, I hear another group want to push them slightly further in order for that other group to take over the land from the Tiamus. So the issue of land continues really to shape the reality of this country. So I wish to submit that for the security of land, apart from the Community Land Act, I wish if this government can actually ratify Article 169 of ILO. What does it mean? It means give more authority to the communities to manage, govern their land according to their customs and according to their traditions. So long as these communities continue to lose land and natural resources, they continue to be very, very, very disadvantaged. And I think from a policy point of view, apart from being guided by the minority marginalized unit, 169 will be a huge opportunity for this country. Land management in these particular communities for all kind of manners that are being designed, that are being developed, but without their participation and consultation. It is possible to rewrite their history. It is possible to address where we come from, to stop the mess now, and address the priority need for these communities. My pleasure to engage with you this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Moja, mbili, fungua. Asante sana. I can mahali. And here, they are very serious brains at work. And I believe you have picked something as well. Again, I'm told our tea is ready so that we can go and energize. But before we do that, any questions for our previous speaker? Questions on the knowledge that he has shared? It's your time to ask. Just put up your hand and the mic will come to where you are. Oh.
Thank you, the speaker.
Just say your name and then you ask the question.
Okay. My name is Chebet Maureen. I'm from the Department of Executive Office of the President under the MMU. I just wanted to find out how you'd advise us to tackle the issue of climate change, and what's your take on it? What do you think? What's the best angle for us to start as a...
Thank you very much. Joseph, I believe you are getting the question. Let's hear.
Of the President. My question is about, I want also him to advise us about how can the advisors, how can about the managing the land. Can you advise us on how we can learn from that?
Moses Olekachike. I come from the Minority Affairs Unit in the Executive Office. I would like to, on the pertinent issues he has raised, from where you, how best can you complement the administrative units for these marginalized communities that are continuing to suffer? Put in place, need to be operationalized. How best can we complement the effort of the government in that respect?
Thank you very much. That is a partnership, collaboration. How can you, what's your view? What's your view on that? Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. I think, yes, you can give the mic to Ole.
I think number one really is about the unit to develop its own strategic plan and see whether they can able to chew and whether they can actually move forward to chew the next few years to come. In other words, to see what are your priorities, focus, priority areas, because some of these things really depend a lot of time. I don't know your internal capacity at the moment to manage all these kind of things. I think what I mean, I think there's a lot of intervention from all over the place with very limited coordination. But we need to look at the act itself, which is amended in September 2023. We need to look at the regulation, that is a Climate Change and Environmental Act, to solve if you can actually engage those particular institutions, the center of consultation and participation. The institution created a community land. In 2016, an act of parliament was passed between I-Law 169, the Kenya Constitution in Chapter 5, and the Community Land Act. Very technical, because the relationship already been created here in the country through the Community Land Act, non-state actors and state actors. And I think the National Gender Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Regionalized Unit, among others, are basically, I think we are on the roadmap. What you need to do is to do a scoping, kind of a scoping finding, who are organizations, civil society organization in the coast who are in the north, who are in the western, so you can able to collaborate. And I think, to me, what you need to be addressed is one simple thing: to address the mistrust between these organizations and the government institutions. Government in the past have been very brutal. Government in the past have never been, and in certain cases, government have been biased. Government have failed its responsibility to protect terms, for example. And that issue of mistrust must be addressed. For us to be in a smooth partnership, we must be able to trust each other. If we don't, then it's very difficult for us to walk the same route. So as you do the mapping, then start by looking into the issue that we need to address, the issue of trust. And this is an example where we engage with the World Bank earlier on. And indigenous people, because the World Bank have funded projects that led into a fiction of indigenous peoples, the trust was terrible. The relations were terrible. But we develop a new narrative. The bank was willing to develop another narrative and develop a good political will. And now we have made a lot of progress. That's now why they are funding the Gender and Equality Commission to carry this kind of activity for indigenous people in this country. It's because we build a new relationship, we move away from the past, and I think you have a responsibility to lead this unit to create a new narrative, a new vision that indigenous peoples and marginalized community could trust. Thank you.
Thank you, makofi kwake. Asante sana. Asante sana. This seems to be another topic. Pick the mic, please. Somebody help. Thank you. Someone wants to add something here? Yes, Cameron.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Lisimil. I just wanted to add one or two comments on particularly the climate change question. So, it's the first time, I think, that we have a considered programmatic approach to the indigenous marginalized community agenda. And so the question of climate change, as highlighted by Lisimil in his earlier talk, is very central and foundational. Why? They are people of nature. So they are in the front line of negative impact, direct impacts of climate, but also solutions, response measures. Wind power, geothermal exclusion. So what we that these communities are not just victims, part of the solution. So the indigenous ways of knowing and doing, and there is a way of knowing and doing. And often we have privileged the Western way of knowing and doing at the expense of indigenous ways of knowing and doing by observing, experiencing, questioning nature and living within it for centuries. So number one, we need to have a very robust program to document indigenous responses to climate change, resilience strategy, knowledge and practices around climate. And I think this is one way to demonstrate our contribution. We are not just victims. The second is the idea that they are in the front line of negative impacts of climate change. So in accessing resources to respond to climate change, they should be in the forefront. Like in the spirit of leaving no one behind, bringing those behind in the front. And this should be in tandem with the global practice now where dedicated windows of access to climate finance are set aside for indigenous communities. Right now, the Green Climate Fund is considering a potential direct access window. The biodiversity framework has dedicated 20% of the resources to the biodiversity outlook monitoring framework to indigenous communities of the world, 20%. So if a country has a national climate change fund, there should be a dedicated window for these communities who are disproportionately affected by climate change. And I think if we build this into our programming, we should tap their contribution, but respond to their vulnerabilities. What else? Or something else? Yes, carbon. Now, where carbon is being experimented in the country, Most of the carbon projects in the country, in the voluntary carbon space, are in the natural resources sector, whether it's soil carbon or forest red carbon. You know what is happening in northern Kenya, NRT, the one Mara carbon in the southern landscape. There are many projects in Kajiado where Lesimel comes from. Now, the issue of access to benefit, where communities are seen as right holders, not beneficiaries of goodies from an investor. They contribute their land. What actually you sell in a carbon project is a relationship with your land. How you engage and interact with your land is what you sell. So you forego opportunities for carbon sequestration. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. When researchers start talking, they'll take enough time to make sure we get it. So thank you so much for your contributions. And the questions that were asked, I believe they have been adequately, yes? Another question?
Yeah.
Just a moment before you ask. I believe they have been adequately addressed. And since I can see everyone has a pen and a paper and others laptops, I'm sure you're taking down some points. I'm being told time. So what I'll do is, because we are taking time for the tea, and this we are speaking is very important with regard to the ethnic minorities and marginalized communities. We are going to take a shorter time to take our tea so that we can come and gain as much. So the issue of climate change has come up very strongly, and I think the unit, this is another area we are going to address going forward very strongly. So before we go for tea, there are two questions. So let me give time for them, okay? A moment, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Case from the Horn of Africa Youth Network, and I'm not sure if it is in order to ask this question to Mr. Joseph, but you talked about the Equalization Fund and how the original principle of it was to the identification of 14 counties that were to benefit from the Equalization Fund, and right now we have 34 counties that are benefiting from the same. So my question is, what measures should be taken to ensure that the fund effectively serves its purpose, its original purpose?
Good morning. My name is Kahia from the Executive Office of the President on Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. My question goes to the second presenter who was presented then the research of the National Inclusion Frameworks, and I have 3 questions about the research to know more about it. At the presentation, he indicated that the research was desktop review and indicative criteria to identify the community. Having said that, the question is how accurate and inclusive is this research? Secondly, when was the research done and the status of that research? And lastly, was research only done for indigenous community or inclusive of other minority and marginalized units? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know how long that will take to be responded to. Please allow me to interrupt the process a little. My colleague is on my neck, but allow me to take 10 minutes. We complete on this. Okay, thank you. Please write the question down, and we're going to address it later. But now that Joseph is here, could you quickly, Joseph, comment on that question? Because you know we are dealing basically with marginalized and minorities, so let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, it's a very technical and a bit complicated question. It's just about what needs to be done. It really is about several things to be done. Number one, how it was changed from the regional number now to the entire country. I didn't follow, but I think it's just the nature of Kenyan politics in this country. So I believe it changed through the Senate or the Commission on Revenue Allocation. I'm trying to imagine. I don't have a very accurate answer. I think what you need to be done, number one, is to find the reasons how it had been extended. That's point number one. Number two is basically for those communities who are losing now as a result of that to come back together and demand this fund to be in line with Article 56. So if Article 56 have not identified those communities, the fund must be in line with the intent and the spirit of Article 56. A lot must be done from the policy and from the political angle, particularly the Senate and the Commission on Revenue Allocation. I don't have a very straight answer, but it is something that we must engage all of us to see what needs to be done, because to me the IKC is an extension and continuation of the same marginalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I don't know whether you can take 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one question was on the one was the study undertaken, and I think I'd said it in my presentation. It was undertaken 2 years ago. That's a simple, perhaps straight answer to that. And then whether it covered minorities, marginalized, ethnic minorities, yes. The idea, the way we understand marginalized is in the spirit of 260, which has all those categories, minorities. Yes, and actually it says indigenous community, pastoral, hunter-gatherers.
Okay.
And,
okay.
Yeah. Now,
Criteria.
the last.
Criteria.
And the last was on indicative. Sorry. The authenticity, the process, how robust. So I made a disclaimer. I said that it is desktop review deliberately to say we didn't go to the field. To say that there is more ground to be covered. The list is indicative to say it is not complete. It is based on previously documented. So there's no primary data that was collected. And actually in the previous discussion on policy, we have said now any other study that beefs this to the conclusive level must go to the field. The process was very engaging. Marginalized communities were engaged. We have some consultation, but we didn't do interviews. We didn't do focus group discussion, but we subjected. Certainly more work actually needs to be done to paint a full portrait of these communities and the issues they face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Any other question, kindly write it and bring it to me. We will find a way of getting them answered. So in the interest of time, let us now break, take our tea. We have only 10 minutes to do that. And when we get back, when we come back, we will be listening to our speaker who will be talking on land rights. So I think all of us need to be here to get that information, which may answer some of the questions that have been raised. So we are free to go and take our tea. Thank you. I head Dita. Hata kama wewe sifa ni wa Arsenal, tafadhali. Head the ball. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here, migongo. I bakita. I bakita. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I showed it. I showed it. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I showed it. I showed it. I have a ball. I have a ball. I've just put it here. We have just eaten. Wisdom meter. Wisdom meter. We have a ball. Put it here. Ipepeta. Ipepeta. Kama umekunywa pombe shauri yako. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here, the other leg. I pepeta. I pepeta. I pepeta. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I had it. I had it. So the knowledge we are going to get next. Please, let Hedita it. Okay, take your seat. And we have actually mulijiongezea a cool 10 minutes after the time tulikuwa tumesema, lakini ni sawa tu, sisi ni wa Kenya wazalendo. So I want to invite our next speaker, Daktari. We have at least 20 minutes for each speaker. So Daktari, I would like to invite you to kindly come forward and take us through the brief presentation so that within 20 minutes. Yes, kindly. And as I said, Kenya is a country of handshakes. Welcome.
Good morning. Hamjambo. Enter soba. Tagwenya. Chamge tugul. Abat. Assalamu alaikum. Bwana asifiwe. Amen. Kuna mmoja nimesahau. Na naangalia mwenyewe. Idoko. Bas. Now I'm complete. I do know Chairman Adim is a pastoralist. Yes, so excuse me for not knowing. I thought you are a fisher folk. Or hunter gatherer. But today I've had the knowledge. I've been given 20 minutes and I'm sure 2 minutes are over. And so next time probably reduce it to 5 minutes because you didn't want me to say anything. When you give me the floor, I'm not a politician. But before I realize 10 minutes, 15 minutes are over, even before I delve into what I was given to do. In front of you, when I was in school, unasikia na watoto wanaitwa sijui kwa music festival. In front of you is this school ready to present a poem. Sijui kichwa kimeharibika. Now, before you is Clement Lenashuru. Clement Lenashuru comes from Barengo, community called El Chamus. Olesimel made several references about El Chamus until I was almost asking, you've really magnified and amplified the name El Chamus, and I was very happy and excited because of that. And whenever we get an El Chamus, it will always stand out from the crowd because these people who have persevered marginalization and we refuse to marginalize, and that's why we're always very vocal, because that tag marginalization, we cannot allow it to continue in this era and the level of awareness we have. I work with an organization called Bring Women and Youth Organization as Director of Programs. It's an advocacy organization for the rights of the marginal groups and matters to do education, youth and women, also issues of climate change. On the other side of the world, professionally, I'm an environmentalist with a lot of interest in ecology and indigenous knowledge and climate change. And I also teach in the university, Egerton University. So when the moderator was asking questions, Daktari, Nilipouliza maswali nikaangalia, there were very few questions asked, and I understand very well. When I'm teaching my students, they don't want to ask questions. Gen Z or just above Gen Z, but they hardly ask questions. Meaning, either one thing. Because those are the two scenarios I could see here. When somebody talks and you have no question, by the way, I'm not inviting you to ask me questions. Don't ask me a question. Me, I just want to speak. You understand what I've said. I make references. I refer you to the portal where you can be able to get the details so that I go scot-free. I was invited to speak a topic on community land, Community Land Act 2016, and in relation to land rights and rights over other natural resources. We've been told here in this discussion here that centrality of land cannot be questioned. Our life starts with land, it ends with land. Everything you do revolves around land. Every morning I wake up to pray because I'm a prayerful guy. I wake up between 3 and 4 and pray. I must kiss the soil in my bedroom and thank God for being on this earth. Because you do know mbaya. So when you kiss it, itakuheshimu and give you a chance to live more years. So nimekuibia siri. I kiss the ground and tell God thank you. Although you don't get me a mark here, like my brother's Muslim, but I think because kuna carpet hapo kando. Lakini nikitoa carpet, very soon I'll have that mark. Now, community land, how many of you come from an area classified as community land? Well, you have no title, you have no any legal document, no number, nothing, you just live on land. But kesho ukitaka kuhama unahama, ukitaka kulima unalima. Anybody from community land here? 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, all of you are Nairobians, where there are titles from the White Islands. Now I'm going to address the 3 guys. Because there's a girl seated there. Kuna 3 people from Baringo. One wanatoka wapi? Wanatoka wapi? Oh, Mchongoi. Yes. Huko na tatu huko. From Baringo. Huko from mtoko. Huko na tatu. Huko na mkono. Okay. Community land, for one reason or another reason, during the colonial time, from 1895 or thereabout, they decided that this land, they call it wetland and unclaimed land. So they decided to come with some laws on how to legalize, on how to formally make people on the land. But prior to that, our people, the African communities, were managing their lands through customary system, through kinship customary system. And the tenure was respected and the land was transferred. Each community know where the land is, each family or a clan where the land is prior to that. And where the communal land now sits in Kenya, most of it is still under that customary system or tenure system. Though, after independence, what the colonialists perpetuated was a proportion of land for the economic gain. And Africans were not meant to own any fertile land. And they were pushed to the periphery. And some close areas call them reserved lands. And so, during that time, I say the governance was never meant to be inclusive and was never to be equitable. So, to them, the land was waste and unoccupied, and so they had to register it to put it into production. And that's basically most land we classify now as the White Highlands. And as we speak, most of the White Islands, areas of those years, are now registered. Areas that are unregistered up to now were the areas which had limited or no interest to the colonial governments. But after independence, tenants, those lands were brought under the county councils as the trustees. You guys had no capacity to manage your land, you had no capacity to make use of your land, make a decision. So somebody was entrusted to take care of your land on your behalf. And that's why the issues also arose, because as usual, issues of land are very critical, and every person wants to have it, especially in Kenya. I've been to Ethiopia, and I've been to Uganda, and I've been to Tanzania. And in Uganda, they have a very efficient way of land registration. You know, go to the registries, and the systems are very efficient, they are decentralized, and within a record time, once the chief has given you a letter and the elder of the village, you get your registration as fast as possible. Haina mambo mengi kama ya Kenya, up and down, up and down. Of course, you know Tanzania, you don't have any land, it's owned by the government, and the same way with Ethiopia. But here, the county council now under the councillors and the mayors, the trust lands, which were communal lands and registered community lands, were their cake, was their food, was a land available for any project of any nature. That's why you find in Marsabit, these areas, they found it fit to be dumping sites for some waste, which are thought to be carcinogenic. You're from Marsabit, if you know that. I did some study and I found a lot of health-related complaints because of the wastage. So, fast forward, the Constitution of Kenya. When the Constitution of Kenya was promulgated, I think Section 5 or some 6 there talked of the need to come up with an act of parliament to recognize the community land. Of course, after a lot of pull and push by the civil society, 205 up to 209, when we came up with a national land policy, session paper number 3, or I think of 1999. I was privileged enough to have been part of the team that worked on that policy. I was also privileged to have been the team that worked on the CLA 2016. So, this act of parliament, by the way, my subject is a bit technical, so it's not something I can talk like a politician. I must make reference to the articles in the document, because that's why now you can later on go and refer what I've said, or what I'd said, or what the act says about it. So this act came into effect, or it commenced on 21st of August 2016. And it's an act of parliament to give effect, or to give the teeth, to give the working powers. Article 63, Section 5 of the Constitution of Kenya for recognition, protection, and registration of community land rights and administration of the same. So this act of parliament recognizes what previously it would not recognize. It protects and provides for registration of this land, and there are several registration formats you can or may wish to adopt. It also provides for the role of county governments in the respective areas where community lands are found, and for other connected services. County government are successor of county councils, or predecessor, successor of the county councils. So if community land has not been registered, the county governments, this act provide how the county government shall oversee protection and any transaction on unregistered community land. And community land, as I said, registration can be held under, you can register and hold it under customary right.
it can as well be registered as a freehold or leasehold or any other tenant system recognized under this act or other written laws. Up to that point, are we together? My time is halfway. There is strong component in the act of protection of this land, because previous history informs us of how this land was alienated, how it was hived, even actually in the center of nowhere, within a community land, somebody through, by then there were no satellite, but an education is done in a community land, and somebody holds a title. How is get it, you don't know. So there's need for this act to provide how that land should be protected against that kind of fraudulent alienation of community land. And everyone that live on that land prior to this act has a right to claim and enjoy any benefit accrued, including living in that land, doing business, and any other economical or social use you may have on that land. So you have the right, and the law provide and give you that right. As per the Article 40 of the Constitution, we say anybody can own property anywhere in this country. So the people on those communal lands are not any lesser. They also have the right to be recognized as the rightful owners of that land, and they can be able to enjoy the rights. Part of my topic was the rights, and ownership of land goes together with the ownership of land goes together with the rights to that land and the natural resources. By the way, land is a primary natural resource. Sometimes you see we split the natural resources, this land, but land is a natural resource. Then the other natural resources on the land itself, hosting forest, wildlife, minerals, name them. So there are many natural resources that all of them are held by the land. Are you giving me time? Timekeeper? I saw somebody write some notes. Now, Section 5(4) of this Act, subject to Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya and the Land Act, says no interest or right can be compulsorily acquired without prompt payment of just compensation in full or by negotiated settlement. What does that say? That the right you have as an owner of community land, no right can be taken away in terms of, first of all, have your consent. And if that land is going to be alienated permanently, you must have a just, prompt compensation. So that's the right that you enjoy as owner of this land. Or any other negotiated. You can negotiate for a replacement. You can say, okay, in lieu of the 10 acres, you give me 10 acres of equivalent value, 10 acres or land of equivalent value in a place that you agree. And Section 6 of the same Act now gives us tabulate and list what are the functions of the county governments. These are the people to hold the trust, land in trust for the unregistered community, and any transaction done, they're supposed to receive payment, open an interest earning account, keep that money until when you register your land, and then you're given your money plus the interest. There was an issue of that nature in Baringo, when being somebody proactive in the rights of the communities, approach a community to say no to the money going to county government. Anybody from county government here? I've got nothing against you. Kuna mfanyakazi wa county government hapa? Hakuna. But I said, no, I did
massive civic education in the community. I told them about the impact. Okay, Ketrako will do that transmission line from Kabarnet to community, passing through an adjudicated community line among the channels. And I said, I cannot sit down and watch my people being exploited. So I took to the community and actually traveled to Ketrako headquarters, purporting. Of course, I said I was sent by the community. I was not sent. I know something was amiss. So I wrote a letter. I talked to them that those people need proper education. It culminated. They agreed that the area where the transmission line will pass through, they are going to undertake education. Let the people have their parcel numbers so that they are paid directly. Because the alternative was the value for your poultry unit, value for your boma, value for your toilet, value for your house, you are paid. Or land is put in an account where I will say 1 million divided by the 35,000 channels. Women shamba imeenda lakini pesa yako kwa account ya kupatia community mzima. Because community, that's what the law is. But I looked away. I said, no, let me be an agent of change. Because if you don't become an agent of change, then you're no longer on this earth. This procedure for registration of community land by constituting a community assembly. Niko nataka ngapi? Constituting a community assembly, which elect their committees. They will be charged with drawing the procedures, the rules, and how, of course, an open register on the process of initiating a registration of community land, right from the community decision all the way to where you write to the county government your intention, your need to register community land. And to provide for how adjudication shall be done on community land and classes of community land which I previously had mentioned. And the structure of the governance of community land has sufficient powers to make decisions on how that land should be administered, how it should be managed. And the decisions are ratified by the community assembly. A community assembly is actually where the entire community, it could be a whole clan, it could be an ethnicity or a tribe, wherever the nomenclature, as long as there's a defined area where you are claiming without dispute that registration should be done with a given name as you propose. Within the same community land, you can decide to reserve some areas for conservation. You reserve an area for grazing. You reserve an area for settlement. And you can reserve an area for freehold. So it's a bit flexible. But the key point is the community have the say. The community guides the process. Sisi wengine tunakuja kusikiza community imesema nini and we follow that. Otherwise it become unconstitutional if you do this. As we talk here, things have been done that may not necessarily be good to communities. If this law was, hapa ni kuna joto so fungeni madirisha kidogo, so people are flipping pages. And if this law was passed in 2016, it is 9 years to date, correct? 9 years. Are we together? Now, 9 years down the line, you cannot actually place your hand on a purely community land that has been registered. What you see is transitioning of group ranches to community land. And group ranches already had their maps, they know their boundaries, they had their governance structure, but appealing community land like the one by Chamos, the likes of Moses Leaf, we have not seen or people of Turkana. Kuna mtu ametoka Turkana apart from our director, watu wa Wajia. Kuna mtu wa Wajia hivi. Mandera. So, Mandera, yes. So, it's still a problem, and I suppose the problem has something to do with our ability with its resources. Because Kenyan government is not limited to resources. Our limit is what do we prioritize. But the big problem is political interest. You know, if you manage land, if you control land, you manage those people. If people are given independence to own their property, it will become hard to manage them. There's no way you can have a law 10 years down the line. And then, like, it's 2-3 years ago is when we have the community land registrars posted, and we have no limit of registrars, no limitation. And so probably somebody is still trying to buy time to see how they can manipulate this land. Because to them it's a lot of land, it's a lot of resources. To kind of told of gallons and of water underground. You're told of the oil, the wind energy from Marsabit. Most of the resources are found in these areas. Don't forget, the most wildlife are found in those areas. Currently, the carbon projects are found in those communal lands. The third carbon is those areas. So, by holding it still like in abeyance, probably, I'm not saying it's right, but probably somebody is still looking at how this thing should not be efficient so that some benefit are accrued for others. I said community land is an absolute ownership of that land. And when we talk of absolute ownership, you also own it with the resources they are in. The only point of difference or conversion is different resources have a different governance models or structure. If the forest in a communal land, there's a Forest Act. If there are minerals in the area, there's a Mineral Act. If it's wildlife, there's a Wildlife Act. So along with the right for the communities to own those resources, each of those acts provide, as per the Constitution, they must have benefit sharing. So that if the forest in the area, what does that act say about the benefit sharing? If it is minerals, what does the law say about benefit sharing? So those are the rights that indigenous people and local communities should be very careful to go through so that when there's exploitation, take the electrical wind power. It's a natural resource from that area. Do you know how much percent of the community from KPLC, is it UDC or KPLC? You know where the UDC ndio wanafanya kazi nani? UDC ndio. How much of that power or kilo oil, how much are given the community? And is it protected in law or gentleman's agreement? And those are the you cannot be a resident where the resources are, but when it comes to exploitation, somebody does it without giving cognizance. And beyond the same question of equalization fund, somebody asked, in my county, there's been some fight between the MCS and the MP. Who everybody want to control the equalization fund. Nikajiuliza, kwani pesa, I thought the law is providing how it should be used. How become in equal interest to an extent of MCS and the MP fighting over who will give direction how equalization fund should be used. Gen Z, as you grow up, this country should be our country, not my country's individual. We should look things from a broad point of view for the posterity of this land. Because when things are done
with somebody in mind, with some politics in mind, with individuals in mind. If institutions were working, if the MCA know their role, and the Equalization Fund has the guiding laws and the procedures and the regulations, why would a governor, MCA, senator, and others in the county be fighting? It should have been very clear that in this county, these are the areas that require these resources. If it's a road, good. If it's a school, if it's a health facility, so it should not have. But because of that convoluted environment we have, with our nature of wanting to put your hands in a cookie jar and pick the best you can, that's one of the problem. So let's be on the lookout. So, with those very many remarks, I don't want to extend beyond there because I can refer to the Act of Parliament that provide for this, and just as a final, special rights and entitlement in the community land. We have got individual rights, which I've said. You have a right to be part of the decision in community land. And you also have a right, if you want to lease from the community, you can decide to, I want some land to be, you want as an individual, you can have a right to own it and pay a fee. So it's not going to prevent you from establishing as a business or whatever you want to do. There are rights for grazing, and there are other rights for farming, settlement, and it should be non-discriminatory. Thank you very much, and I think I beg to stop there because I think I've said a lot of technical things, and God bless you. Thank you. I'm good in time. Kindly let us appreciate Daktari. Has he done some good job on mother's land and natural resources? Mwongezeni makofi. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Daktari Kilemele Nashuru, for taking us through issues land rights, and even the natural resources with respect to ethnic minorities and marginalized communities. At this juncture, allow me recognize the presence of Wakili Kisabit Kiprop, who works with the Office of the President, the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat. Karibu Wakili. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Alake Wako, Director, Ethnic Minorities and Marginalized Communities, the ruling party UDA. Karibu sana Alake. And so at this juncture, because of time, in the interest of time, I would like to request us to welcome on stage the colleagues from Impact Kenya. Brother Leresi and Judy, the floor is yours. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon or it's still morning? Ni asubuhi ama ni mchana? Bado ni asubuhi. Good morning. My name is Judy Orehia. I work at Impact. I'm here with my friend, with my colleague, Patrick Leresi. Impact stands for Indigenous Movement for Peace and Advancement and Conflict Transformation. We work in 4 counties. We work in Laikipia, Samburu, Isiolo, Marsabit, and parts of Baringo. We were founded in 1995. Am I audible? Yes? We're transmitting live. So we were founded in 1995 as Osiligi. And by then it was a local indigenous youth-led movement. in response to human rights violations that were happening in Laikipia. And then later we were registered as Impact Trust in 2002. Our mission mainly is to promote the rights and well-being of the indigenous peoples. We work to support communities and strengthen local institutions, build their capacities, and advance and advocate for the defense of their land, resources, dignity, as stipulated in the Constitution of Kenya. So we work, our priorities are mostly focused on indigenous people. So we were registered as a trust in 2002, but we are a non-profit organization, which means we were founded and led by indigenous people, and we advocate for the rights and interests of indigenous people in the counties that I mentioned. So our work is mainly focused on 5 themes. One, we support in ensuring and supporting communities to secure their land through supporting communities to register their land. We support the land registration processes. We also focus on strengthening people's influence, indigenous people influence over policies, as well as we also support strengthening indigenous people livelihood, and then we also ensure that indigenous traditional knowledge is valued, and then it contributes to management of resources and all that. And we also facilitate and collaborate collaborations within the landscape. So our collaborations we have at the grassroots level, where we've formed and supported alliances like CLOC, that is Community Land Owners Association of Kenya. That is just one. We also collaborate with research institutions, including university, both in the country and outside the country. And we also mobilize events, both local, national, international events, all of them with the aim of helping us achieve our objectives and vision. And we also partner with government and private institutions. Now, we were to talk on global frameworks and treaties that addresses or speaks to the issues of indigenous people. But before I go to the treaties itself, among all those treaties, the frameworks, policies that are in existence, there are a few persistent themes. The first one is the issue of all the frameworks which speak on indigenous people, focuses on one, ensuring that indigenous people enjoy and their rights and their human rights is guaranteed. And the other issue, again also, which the previous speakers also have mentioned, is the issue of identity and self-determination. And another persistent theme, a cross-cutting theme, which is main, is the issue of land rights. And we are talking of access, use, and management of resources, and how the procedures regarding the access, use, and utilization of the indigenous resources in terms of land are, or ideally should be followed. And another issue also, which all the frameworks also speak to, is the issue of participation and representation. The previous 3 speakers, one of them asked, he would like to know what percentage of, let's say, government scholarships goes for indigenous people. On Monday, I was also wondering, if you look at government procurement, the ACPO, there is the 30% for women, youth, PWDs. I was also wondering, but what percentage goes to indigenous people really? what percentage of it goes. Yes, the 30% is there, but it's the 30% for women, youth, and PWDs, and where are the indigenous and marginalized communities in that percentage? That is just me thinking out loud that day. And the other issue also is the issue of justice. Indigenous people, marginalized communities, and ethnic communities, for the longest time, we all know they have suffered historical injustices, whether it is representation in terms of land, whether it is opportunities, and even a simple inclusion, even in terms of numbers, not even inclusion in terms of contribution, but even inclusion in terms of the tangible numbers. And also another cross-cutting or critical area is the issue of biodiversity protection and ecosystem preservation. We all know or acknowledge, as a country we also acknowledge in some of our policies that these communities, and it's also a fact that they have, for the longest time, they are the ones who have conserved and protected the environment. Actually, Cameron, who is here, is I think a good percent, maybe 80% of the benefits that are accrued from carbon or conservation or arable land, in terms of which contributes to in the national development contribution, are mostly found in these community lands, or they are protected and taking care of these communities in their own way. And another issue is the issue of the gender and rights. It is true, as a nation, we have a gap. We have made improvements in terms of gender, but we still have a long way to go. But the long way to go is even way higher for women and youth and persons living with disability among these communities. So I wanted to put across those main issues which are cross-cutting in all the treaties and frameworks and all the agreements that Kenya has ratified as a nation. Now, I'll be very brief in terms of the treaties and framework because they are quite numerous. So I'll just pick specific ones which speak to the indigenous people and marginalized communities. And one of the basic one is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. Basically, it has laid the foundation and principles for human rights, and that is the basic one. It talks about fair treatment and protection against any form of discrimination, which I think and I believe even the Kenyan Constitution stipulates that clearly. And one of the treaties also is the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, specifically Article 27, which guarantees the rights of ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. And now if you come to the regional, if you look at Africa, there is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights of 1981. Article 28, for instance, is very specific and recognizes the right of people to freely dispose their natural resources, decision making, and increasingly and decision making. So you remember the case of the gay community. This article has really helped them with their case. And one of the also important treaty is one which was mentioned that Kenya is yet to ratify, which is the ILO Convention number 69 of 1989. While we may not have ratified, but generally at the national level, it looks at also IP's rights, focusing on land, culture, and governance. And it's, I think, one of the main, if not the only one, article which specifically talks about work environment for the IPs, for the indigenous people. Now, there is there is the 3 Rio Convention. We have the CBD, UNCCD, and UNFCCC. So the first one is on a Convention on Biological Biodiversity, that is UNCBD, and it says that it stipulates that the rights and traditional knowledge of the indigenous people must be considered because they play a vital role in the protection of biodiversity. For instance, and under that there is the famous Nagoya Protocol. Have we heard of Nagoya Protocol? Yes. So it specifically talks of, it's again the same conversation which the previous speakers have touched on, the issue of access and benefit sharing. But this one specifically is talking about the benefits that are accrued from the genetic resources which has been managed and protected by indigenous knowledge of the indigenous communities. And also it also touches on the issues of free, prior, informed consent. I was just wondering when I was having tea today. Yes? That is me speaking? Oh, okay. When you walked in here, or when I was taking the photo of the doctor, was it the professor, Daktari? The gentleman who just left. I took him a photo, and I did not ask for his consent. You get it? So FPIC, or free prior informed consent, should not just be something that is just on paper. That is just one example. So I apologize. And the other one of the also another convention is UN Convention on combating desertification. So the agreement it says specifically on indigenous people that there is need to recognize the knowledge and practices of the indigenous people in combating desertification and land degradation. We always talk of indigenous knowledge, they know how to do this, and to do this. So the UNCCD, one of the clauses says that we need to recognize this. And then there is the UNFCCC, which led to implementation of the Kyoto Protocol. Now this one is the agreement which talks about the emission of the issue of greenhouse, the emission of the gas. So ideally it was to be kept at what degrees? It was to be kept at 2. But now they said let's keep it at 1.5. So now in relation to this convention, the article 2, 7 and 9, it says that when we are looking at climate adaptations, let's consider the knowledge and role of indigenous knowledge in mitigations of these climate change issues. And secondly, because these communities are paying for the price of something that they did not contribute to. If you look at, you can imagine the contribution of a country, say a first world country, and a third world country. Me, a pastoralist, I don't even have a car, and you want me to pay for what? I'm paying for the effect of someone, let's say, who has a factory in another country. So when climate finance then comes, then those considerations should be taken into account. And even at the country level, when we are setting the national the NDCs, we should always keep in mind the role, the contribution, and the effects that it has zone these effects have on indigenous communities and indigenous communities. Then there is the issue, the UN DRIP, United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People. Basically, it provides what are the universal standards for treating and engaging the IPs. You should look at their collective and individual rights, their right to self-determination, and their rights to self-determination. So I have summarized the treaties because it's quite, the timing is 20 minutes, and I wanted to take your attention to something else. While there are very good treaties and agreements in place, there are still gaps or emerging issues that we should consider. The first one is there is the gap of overlooking recognition on intersection between gender and indigenous human rights. Women make, again, I'm assuming it's basic understanding and basic knowledge, that we have varied levels of use and access of resources, which means now the impact and effects of climate change are not felt equally. But now these women also, the conversations, there is the recognition of the rights of women and how to ensure it. But again, the implementation in ensuring that the rights of these indigenous women and girls is still, we still have a long way to go, even as a state. And the ACPO quote that I just made is one of it. And then there is also an emerging issue of militarization and corporate interests, which is also on the rise. Most of the lands, I think it's again, it has been spoken to. Now the land for marginalized communities is all of a sudden gaining value. A few years ago, I think history has it, it was just a dumping site, let's say, for chemicals, and there's nothing much going on. But now, because of the just energy transition conversations, the carbon conversations, now the land in these communities again is valuable. A value placed or determined based on what will be gained out of it. And now the corporate interests is also in the rise, which means now the vulnerability also in terms of exploitation is also on the rise. If we're going to develop a policy, then how are we going to ensure? Yes, we say that the FPIC process should be followed, but then how are we going to ensure it is actually followed and not just in paper? And the other issue is the issue of data, IP data and resources. You will find that, is there a researcher in this room? Any researcher in the house? Any researcher? Two? Just three. You guys are many. Okay. So there is the issue of data and resources and commercialization of those resources without one proper engagement of the communities, which means now the extraction is happening at a very high level, and the data is being collected, and there is no patenting of those information or anything that's collected, and that means now even the benefits that is gained from those processes do not reach the community. Some of them are not even aware. You might just realize that I have told you how to cure or how to do something, and the acknowledgement and recognition and everything goes to the other person and not the actual communities who are involved, which is also linked to the issue of intellectual property. Not just resources, but also the things they have in their brains. We collect so much from them. So if we are going to talk of marginalization, then I think protection also of those resources are very important. And even some of the species are being collected without you knowing that what is going to happen to those. There's the famous story of South Africa and the Huis and this tree that they used to use it, and they did not know the value it had until a company came and collected, and now products are being produced and they didn't know. But later they went to the court and then they get some compensation. But again, how many of those communities can even connect the dots or even afford the litigation processes even for the benefits to come to them? And lastly is the issue of climate justice and displacement. Usually when it comes to refugees, there's the refugees of conflict, refugees of this and this and this. But now what happens to climate justice issues such as, let's say, people being displaced because of floods? There's the people getting displaced because of flood, which is because of a climate change issue. Nowhere does let's say the effects of climate change on marginalized communities are the ways of compensating clear for them. It's not. I will just be told I lost my livestock because I did not sell them when the market was good. That's just an example. And the issue of religious and spiritual rights. We protect a lot of rights. But again, also, these communities also have the rights to have their own spiritual well-being without being imposed. Again, how are we considering that aspect so that we do not just look at it only from a policy perspective or just frameworks or what the global environment is not doing, but what are we also doing it as a state? So that is a food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy, from Impact Kenya, for those very beneficial and powerful presentation on the international instruments. We truly appreciate you. Asante sana. Now, before I hand over the mic to Daktari to take us through the remaining part of the program, I would also humbly request our leaders, our presenters, so that if you have a slide presentation or any written presentation, we humbly request you surrender to us. Thank you very much. Daktari, karibu. So she has donated her time to me. All right, we will do that internally. Now at this juncture, allow me or assist me in welcoming on stage our brother Alake Wako, who is coming from the UDA, the ruling party, to take us through what they have been able to do in terms of political representation of the ethnic minorities and marginalized communities, and also what they have done to ensure that the better commitment, which aligns with the commitment of the party and the government, what they have been able to do. Better means bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is in the manifesto of the ruling party. Karibu sana brother.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alake Wako. I'm the protect ethnic minority and marginalized communities, UDA party. I think we have to begin with appreciating that it is only UDA that have such directorate. We have to appreciate that that directorate exists. Before we begin, I wanted us to, as a country where we come from, we have to understand. And I want us to understand the background, the ideology of UDA party, before we even engage into the issues of political marginalization. And as you all know, I know you all know that it was just formed in 2021 prior to 2022 election, right? But Kenya as a country, issues to do with inclusivity has been an issue since independence. If we go back to 1965, the sessional paper of 1965, issues to do with inclusivity has been an issue. Sessional paper number 10 of 1965 used to divide this country into two portions: the high potential areas and the low potential areas. And the high potential people and the low potential people. If you look at that sessional paper, in our country, Central Kenya and most part of the Central Kenya and also potential areas. And the areas, the northeastern part of Kenya, the northern Kenya, and also some parts of the coastal regions are called the low potential areas and low potential people. That's why you see that even in terms of development, the system that has been there in 1965 used to marginalize to rectify the same. There was an attempt in 1986 that to remove that marginalization or development. Even now, when you look at the best schools, hospitals, where are they? They are either in this Nairobi, the Central Kenya. Ukipita sasa magarizi kuna kitu. So 1986 they wanted to reverse the same. The sessional paper on the time of 1986 tried to reverse the same, but still, due to the existing system in place, it was unable to rectify the same up until 2010. That's when we had the devolution. So the issues of minorities, the issues of inclusivity in the development of our country has been an issue. It's a bone of contention in our country for so long. So UDA draws its inspiration from those historical background. So when you hear of bottom-up economic model that's used by President Ruto, it draws inspiration from the issues of now lack of inclusivity from development, political, and all spheres of life. So the exclusion of these groups, the ethnic minorities, when we're now even talking of country being divided into regions, being divided into regions and high potential, low potential people, then definitely the issues of minority hiyo imesahaulika kabisa. So that's where we're coming from. So addressing this political marginalization is crucial for inclusive governance and sustainable development. As we know that Kenya is a melting pot of diverse ethnic communities. tukiuliza Kenya kuna watu wangapi, kama communities wangapi, najua kila mtu hapa anasema tuko 43, 46, sindio? Lakini we have very many communities to the tune of like even minorities themselves, they have to document and ones and the others here are even undocumented up to now. So these are the realities. So what happens, these communities, they are powerful communities, as you know, the big, around 6 of them, powerful communities, and then the powerless, even in political spaces, the powerful ones dominate every political point of influences, and these communities, they exist in 33 countries, the minority communities, and they've suffered negative consequences for being few, for being despised, ridiculed, ignored, devalued, unrepresented, unemployed. But other parts of the world do realize that you see that there are laws which are existing to protect these communities. So historically, under representation of these marginalized communities in leadership role has been common practice. For example, in Kenya, you can never find a share there for any position, but the minority there. If you go to a Mason, for example, Basinage community, you will see that the county seats, they cannot go beyond the ward politically, because as you know, it's even politically how representations are done, people are elected based on their tribes. So EDA has now come about what we term as the the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is based, it has some core pillars: agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprise, affordable housing, digital and creative economy, healthcare. In all these pillars, the objective has been inclusive growth through a targeted investment and value chain approaches. If you see the issues now to do with affordable, let's say for example healthcare, we talk about equitable access to all. And when you see that how that has been true, it has been only looking at those employed and very few of them. So what EDA is intending to do is to ensure that all Kenyans, I know the challenges that we have with those initiatives, but the intent is to ensure that even low-level earners in Kenya and the poor, they can be able to access it. That has been the objective of the So the UDA is also committed to address political marginalization of empowering these marginalized groups. There are initiatives that have been put in place. For example, initially, after the 2022 election, after the President Ruto came into being, what he did in 2023 November, there's an order paper to come up with a directorate in his office, the Directorate of Ethnic Minority and Marginalized Communities Unit, led by our director there. Number two, there are policies that have been put in place to make sure that the marginalized groups are empowered, even in employment. I know most of you think that if I say Murkomen, for example, people will say it's just a Kalenjin, but if you go to record this from Singular community, which are a minority in those neighborhood counties. And then there are also others who are in previous positions from Korean community. All these attempts have been made by this government to ensure that there is inclusivity. The issues to do in the IND, I hear people, it has been trending recently. The issues with the vetting that was recently removed by the president. When the president was doing that, it's all about making sure that all Kenyans have equal opportunities to access and opportunities within the government. But you see that people are still talking about it. For example, if you go to in Marsabit County, that's where I come from, if you go to Marsabit County, for example, there's a community called Message. The Message community, the last time I had chief was in 2010. Chief. Since independence walipata mara kwanza 2010 na chief ila hawezi kukata ID. And then if you go to that place, you will see for yourself that we have a population of about 50,000 or 60,000 people. But when it comes to now, those who have been put on registered as on having IDs, there is 3,000. So when you talk of now addressing the identity document, when the president is doing that, he knows why he's doing that. And for the first time, these communities have got, just recently in 2023, they've got a sub-county now, gazetted by this government. There is Ilarat sub-county. Then there is also El Charos sub-county. All these have been attempt by this government to make sure that these ethnic minorities and marginalized communities may get services like other Kenyans. Despite all these, still we do have challenges. As a party, together with the Directorate of the Marginalized and Minority Communities, we are carrying up a petition to be passed to ensure that it gives life to the Article 56 of the Constitution as an affirmative action for the minority and marginalized communities. And there is also a regulation that has been enacted to ensure that agencies absorb members of the ethnic minorities at all levels of the organizations. Then as a party, the issues to do with the nominations. The other day, there was a case in Baringo. Then someone asked, someone was nominated, and then what category do you represent? And then he said, I'm a Nandi from also marginalized when it comes to Baringo County because we are welfare there. So the existing laws does not now enforce even these positions for these marginalized communities. So when people talk of now special interest groups, you hear the youths are special interest group, the women are special interest, the PWD is special interest group, and then the other total secure. That has been the trend. So as you do, we've covered with the rules. For example, in the Constitution, recently we amended even the party Constitution, and we made sure that at the national level we have the parties at UDA. There's a position for marginalized and minority communities that has been created. That the things are discussed on the table, the programs are put in the mainstream party activities and programs. So there is a deliberate effort to make sure that the programs and the initiatives are catered for. And we intend to also create, just like within the party structures, we do have organs for Women Congress, Youth Congress, PWD Congress. We are also intending to come up with marginalized and minority communities Congress within the party, in collaboration with the National Ethnic Minority and Marginalized Caucus. We've been collaborating with them, and we've become with also that Congress, just like other organs within the party. So those are the things that we're intending to do, and I can say we may not have reached where we wanted to reach, but there's a goodwill, absolute goodwill from the president, because the steps that he has taken so far, he's tried to make sure that the issues of ethnic minorities and marginalized communities are on the table, from coming up with the unit at his office, a functional unit led by the director there, from coming up with even this directorate at his political party. We are just a year old, by the way, even at the party level. So from coming up with that directorate and making sure that all activities that this government is doing is carried out across the country without dividing it into regions. For example, the issues to do with the equalization fund, 2010 implementation imekuwa shida, lakini if you remember, you know that even this equalization fund targets those communities and also those regions, indigenous regions. So it is this administration that has made sure that even the equalization fund is now working. Those counties are receiving those resources. So these are the things that we've been doing, and we have also made sure that a national identity card, the access has been made easier for the marginalized regions and also the minority. So these are the things that the government is doing. Thank you. And these are questions.
Any questions? And as we think of questions, Can we appreciate him? Kidogo tu, ni ya Moi, hii ni ya Moi, hii ni ya Moi. Twende, 1, 2, go. Another one. Funga, fungua, mpatie. Asante sana. Kuna watu wengine wataki kufuata instructions, lakini ni sawa tu. Okay, Mike, nisaidie. Mike, nisaidie kuzungusha Mike. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for
Let's listen. Let's listen.
Thank you, sir, for your representation, great representation. My concern is just about, I just wanted to find out what you're doing about transparency, because that's the big elephant in the room. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of funds that we are told that is being allocated to these communities, but the communities are worried that it's not reaching them and they're not aware about what's given to them. The other question is about employment. It's not a question, but I wanted to find out, is there a small percentage that's given to these communities? Because they get, the opportunities are there, yes, and we are told that jobs have been allocated, but what percentage is given to these communities to ensure that they don't also miss out? Thank you.
Thank you, Halake, for that candid discussion and what the programs that the Office of the President is doing. I really want to appreciate the initiative of the current president in recognizing and giving due cognizance and recognition of the minorities. I know from the time he was the DP is when he created this office. Now my question is, what steps are there, probably maybe I'm the only one ignorant, to make sure that this office is entrenched in law, so that it's not when the president exits, the next president does not see the need and removes it. So is there any process or has already been done to constitutionalize this position? Two, we've been discussing with national agenda on how to, where this community will be housed or domiciled, to avoid a situation where an individual, simply because I've moved to Moyale, I say I'm a minority. Or in real sense, we are looking minorities from the ethnicity background, not from individualistic background, so that we don't lump minority from ethnic with other special groups. What are we doing to make sure that they are ring-fenced properly, with proper interpretation, without somebody abusing it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are picking the questions. Yes, a moment.
Okay, Mr. Wakon, here is a scenario in Turkana County whereby maybe a Kalenjin, specifically Anandi, who is threatening at Turkana County, has been nominated to the county assembly. So do you consider that person as marginalized or a minority? Or how do you take that? Or any language in Turkana County? How, what do we call?
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret. I'm also asking about the policies, that when you people, or when we are making policies, are we including the indigenous peoples, right? Because sometimes policies are just made and people are not even including them, because our scenarios there at the grassroots levels and whereby our voices are not heard is the same thing, that where policies are not being given to us to implement them, not to be implemented in the offices. So I request that when you do policies or anything on about the indigenous people, let us have free prior concept as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The questions are quite many. We may have to find another time to. Okay. There's one more here.
I'm looking at the core pillars under the presentation. There is, I have it here. There is agriculture. There is micro, small, and medium enterprises, affordable housing, digital and creative economy, and healthcare. Now, where is pastoralism? Doesn't it form like part of a pillar? Also, what metrics are we using here to determine that this is a core pillar and this isn't? Given that most of the marginalized communities, their source of livelihood is mostly pastoralism. So, what happens to pastoralism? What's the plan?
Thank you very much. Most questions here, we are the political party and we do the political bits, and we do have representative from the presidential economic team, secretariat here. They will respond most of the questions also, and also the director ethnic minorities and marginalized is also here. What I can tell you briefly on the issues that you said about the budget, the employment, and the entrenchment of this unity to know, I can say from political angle, there is a goodwill. There is a goodwill from the government. I began by saying that since the inception of this government, there is an order paper, executive order paper 2 of 2023 that came up with that office, representing the minority and marginalized communities. I've also heard that there are initiatives that has been done by this government to make sure that the issues to do with, I know how crucial it is to acquire identity card. For example, in Nigeria, you can pay to a tune of 20,000 to get ID. 20,000 to get ID. So the rigorous vetting processes, these are the models that you're talking about. The equalization fund, these are the models that you're talking about. That has been put by the president to make sure that the issues of the minority and marginalized communities are taken care of. As a party, we've been having a program, a time of meetings across the regions that we've put in place. We'll be going to various communities, the marginalized communities and minority communities. When we talk of now marginalized communities, Turkana is marginalized. There are communities which are, in terms of the number, maybe their population within a specific county, they are populous. For example, the one in Administered, Isiolo, they are not per se the minority, but the regions, those regions are the marginalized areas, those regions. We talk of around 14 counties which are marginalized. So the communities existing here, besides being the minorities, they are also marginalized. So Turkana is a marginalized community because they exist in the marginalized area. You remember I told you the issues to do high potential area, low potential area, high potential people, low potential people. So Turkana, Borana, all those communities are situated in low potential areas and low potential people. How the government used to marginalize them since independence. So on Kisabet, we're going to respond the other bits because he looks at the the presidential economic team in responding the budget. I can say there is a progress. I can't say that we've reached where we wanted, but there is a progress that has happened since 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where there is goodwill, there is a way. Okay, so at this point I wish to recognize those who came in after, or rather after we had started. You are most welcome. I may not be able to mention all your names. And here, it's a workshop that has been going on since Wednesday, where we are the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, headed by Honorable Secretary Josephat Luoi. Just for some information. You're wondering why I'm bringing in that here now, but I just needed those who may not know the situation. So we are also partnering with Horn of Africa Youth Network, and here we are. So at this point, I wish to invite Margaret Super. She's a team lead and director, Pastoralist People's Initiative in Marsabit. So Margaret, welcome. Share with us briefly within your 20 minutes on women, children, PWDs. Yes. Karibu.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon now? Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Margaret Super. I am the team leader for an organization, or the founder of an organization called Pastoralist People Initiative, which is in Marsabit County. We started it as a women self-help group just in the doors in our house. Then it became a CBO, and then later on we registered it as a company limited by guarantee, and later it is now an umbrella of 50 women groups in our place. So it is a journey. Thank you so much for that. It is working with several umbrellas and other civil society. Impact is one of our close friends, which has really worked with us from when we started. I'm proud of them. We have an umbrella called Paran Alliance, and we also have an umbrella called Grassroots, and then we also work closely with Indigenous Women Council and a clan, whereby it does land registration. So it's growing up, and we are the voice of women in our community, Rendile community. I'm very sure some might think that I'm a Somali, some might think but I'm an indigenous woman from Rendile community. Thank you. Our mission is to amplify the voices of women at the grassroots level and youth, plus people with disabilities. I've not left men behind, because we work with culture, language, because our language is also diminishing. So we work in all parts surrounding, but today, as the mandate that I'm being given, I will talk specifically on women, youth, children, and people with disability around the marginalized community. We know UN, everyone talked about them as people who are marginalized, but if we speak now directly to where we come from, their rights are not being heard, most of them. Because if I start with women, and we see this thing called climate change, it has really affected us, especially women at marginalized. I'm speaking at the grassroots because I work closely with women at the grassroots level. Women are mostly affected by climate change,
they are being left behind when our men go for herders or looking for green pastures. They are being left with responsibility. They become fathers. They become the stakeholders of everything that a man used to do, despite that they have not gone to school, despite that they have not even stepped at the bank. They don't know, they don't even have an account. Just imagine what kind of situation that woman has to pass through so that she can feed the children. Maybe the man will come later back when all the animals have gone, they have died because of the climate change. If he comes back, he becomes hopeless. He doesn't have even what to say. So this woman, because she has now struggled a lot, she will need to feed the man as well, because he is our partner. So all these things are what we are facing at the grassroots. Sometimes we raise voices, like recently I raised a voice myself of a woman who fainted because of food. I called our PS and he gave us a lorry of rice. Yes, we got it, thank you so much, but now after that, who else will raise the voice if I never had gone to school or I've never had the number of that PS and responded? Sometimes we call for partner organizations for us to be helped. Sometimes we call upon, a lot of things has happened, especially on climate change. Look at Marsabit right now as I'm speaking. A lot of our children are in hospital because of Kalaza. There's this issue called Kalaza. Children are being affected, they are there. The kids are not there. I've really raised my voice, especially as a woman gender activist. And I've really talked about several organizations, NGOs, government has brought facilities there. Yes, now we are fighting it. All this is because of the issues of climate change. We look at Baringo, far end. There's this plant, I don't know who brought it. My brother can speak about it also. It has really affected pastoralists. We don't even have that corridor of animals walking now. It's called Madenge. I don't know about it in English post service, something like that. It is one of the things that has really affected us. We cannot even walk. Ikikudunga basi hiyo kidole nakatwa. This one, it is all over. Our life has changed as pastoralists. If I speak, it's so painful that 20 minutes is not even enough. So if I speak about children, our children are crying there. Education, they have changed systems. I don't know from where you bring the computers. We don't even have lights. Where will our children get that education? It is us who has to raise voices. Please, government, we urge you, if you put among the computers, put lights down to the grassroots levels whereby children can learn about that computer and those literacy things on CBCs. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but consider us also at the grassroots level. If I talk about PWDs, in our community, if we talk about the culture, if you give birth to a PWD, and you consider the culture, they tell you it's a curse. Especially in Rendile community, that's what they say. But we are not also accepting the bad culture. We fight the bad culture and we promote our culture because our identity is there for us to maintain. We do cultural things and we support our culture and our identity. And if you see what they say about PWD, most of them are really suffering. You are being told as a mother, umeleta curse, it's a curse. So PWDs are people that will raise a lot of voice. So when we see them, we have to follow that mother, encourage her, take her to the hospital so that she can accept her child, and also talk to them closely. So it is not an easy work to work closely at the grassroots level, especially as pastoralists. Some of them are being told to kill that child because it is a curse. So for now, we have to amplify our voice, advocate for the rights of these children, so that they are being known, so that they understand that they are also people and they are valuable and they do something. If you see Marsabit County only have one school, I think it is in Loglogo, which is for the children with disabilities. Can we also add more schools for those children so that they can also be, they have their rights to access to education? Because if you take your child to somewhere else, one, she will not be happy, she will be taken care with other different people, she will not have that peer between the mother and the child, They are also very special. They have to be taken care of. Or you have to take your child to another school somewhere. Maybe you are not even feeding yourself. How will you take that child to school? So sometimes it's good to think about those children at home, to speak about with them, to love them the way we love our own children, because they are so good to us. I'm sorry I'm saying these things deeply because I work closely with these people, and I always feel so bad when there's a lot of things to be done at the grassroots, that sometimes people stay in the office, looking at the computers, walk down to grassroots and see what really we are facing as indigenous people all round. I'm not speaking alone in Marsabit, but all round. I don't know if my minutes are over, but I'm really trying to. If you see about the declarations of UN, they have mentioned everywhere you go, indigenous women have the rights of how to speak, freedom of expression and all these things. But these are very high levels. Come to national level. National levels, if you see our leaders who have been elected, they say in the offices, you eat bread and milk in the morning, maybe, and tea. And there's nothing. Remember always, when we elect you, we have not elected you to go and feed yourself. We have elected you to come and listen to us and bring things to us at the grassroots level. Not women alone, but even you. When you came out of that house where there was smoke, don't forget that smoke is still there. Walk back, bring back the fruits that we have given to you. Sometimes we tell you it is a curse. If you eat alone and your people are suffering, I'm cursing them if you are not working for your people. I'm an activist and I have to speak about the truth and about the people. And we have to amplify about these voices. And if we say about the policies, the way I mentioned and asked my friend, yes, we thank so much our president because of this platform that he has opened for us, and now we have a space that we can raise such voices. And we need him to listen to us very carefully, because one day we will come to your office and stay there so that you can feed all of us when we are there as indigenous women and people with disability. Yeah, another thing that I want to mention clearly is about the issue of climate change. I'm just going back to the climate change. Climate change, we really need a lot to be done at the indigenous community. Most of them are pastoralists. Our life is changing. And if our life is changing, what next? Please sit with us on the tables for those who are working there and see the way you can assist us. Yes, we get food sometimes. But this food is just something for one day. Our land is very fertile that if you plant things, they grow. It is even Israel, I think they took even the way I hear history, I'm not sure, that they took soil from somewhere to take to Israel so that they can plant food. For us, we don't want to be brought soil. We have soil, we have water. The only thing we need is irrigation. For us, we will supply food, especially in northern part of Kenya. It is very fertile. If you put a lot of ideas there, put those big farms there, instead of investing, putting wind power, and we don't know where that money. Put that big farm for food, so that those people will wake up in the morning. A woman can go to the shamba and bring food for her in her house. That will also assist us on malnutrition. It will assist us in 1, 2, 3 things to survive. So we know that we are very rich. We have fertile soil. We have water in our place, but we don't have capability. Please come, because you guys have the capability. Put very big schemes of farming so that we cannot be always borrowing food, 1 kilo of rice every time. Thank you so much. I think I will not continue now. Any question, I'll be ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Margaret. We feel you. We feel you, and you're in the right forum. So any questions for Margaret? We are still going to write them down. And as we prepare for the questions, let us clap for her. 2 factorial. 1, 2. Tuanze pamoja. 1, 2, go. Thank you very much. Yes, question? 1 minute. 1 minute.
Marginalized. I think also one group that for almost all the marginalized communities we are forgetting is the youths in these communities. With the changing environment and everything, there's a shift in terms of livelihoods. We used to have livestock and everything, and now things have changed. You have a category of well-abled, energetic youth who used to, the only livelihood they used to know was keeping livestock, and now it's not there. I think it's also important to consider when we are working on this, how else are we going to consider this special kind of youth who used to have an alternative source of livelihood. They are not farmers anymore. I mean, they are no animals to keep, and they are not in school. They are not working. They are just there. We have to figure something out. And the other category of group is adolescent young girls and mothers and teen mothers who have dropped out of school. Some are just at home because they don't go to school. I understand we have, let's say, the social protection policy programs and all that. But you see, these people are special for 2 reasons. One, the Constitution of Kenya ideally says they are a child because they have not done what? Attained 18 years. But the reality in these communities is they are expected to be adults. That means responsibilities are imposed on them to be adults, but constitution-wise, they are children. Which means even if an intervention comes, they are mostly under the guardianship of either, because hawajafikisha 18 years, they are under someone, like someone is taking care of them. So how else are we also going to consider this special kind of group? Of course, again, we should be careful not to perpetuate that such people, girls, and that such category doesn't increase. But again, also it is good to keep in mind the realities and the special place that they hold in the communities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we have received a highlight that of a bit of what the women are going through, children, the youth, and listening to all this, I'm hearing double jeopardy. It is tripling. There is marginalization within the marginalized. But the point is, we have started, I mean, we are somewhere. At least we are talking about it. We are now having conversations about these situations, and the conversations in the relevant places with the relevant, in the relevant spaces. So this should be a sign, or rather a symbol of that there is hope. There is hope, and action is happening. But we need to go step by step so that we do some sustainable interventions. So we may not just jump into issues, the government may not just jump into issues, but we need sustainability. Therefore, there is need for going step by step. And the first step is this kind of a meeting where we are hearing this conversation, we are hearing these stories, we are hearing these experiences, and then other steps will follow to ensure that the minorities and marginalized, ethnic minorities and marginalized, are actually included and they're also participating in the national agenda. So thank you so much, Margaret. If there are no more questions, then I wish to invite the next speaker. We have 2 more to go. So we have Caroline, you are next. Caroline Munywa, who comes from National Gender and Equality Commission, and she's the head of the Division of Minority and Marginalized. So let's clap for her. She comes. Asante sana. Karibu, karibu.
Thank you so much, Doc. Good afternoon. Tumechoka. Ni kama tumechoka. We are still on course, eh? Yeah, as you've been told, my name is Caroline Munywa. I work for National Gender and Equality Commission. I'm the head of the Minority and Marginalized Unit. I'm also accompanied by my colleagues, Joseph, you can wave, and Isako. So allow me to say that I'm really honored to be here, and I really appreciate the setting up of the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, which was as a result of the intervention which was done by National Gender and Equality Commission. This is a journey which began a while ago, and Dr. Ria can attest to that. We had various consultative forums with stakeholders, especially when we began the journey of coming up with the National Inclusive Development Framework for the marginalized communities. Stanley took you through the presentation, and is as a result of the desk analysis that we realized that the Commission is an oversight. We are not implementers. And therefore the questions were, we really need a unit and department and a electorate that can implement issues of marginalized communities as per Article 260 and Article 56 of the Constitution. You'll also realize that all the special interest groups, they have a department. And when Wako was presenting here, he talked of the response. Have you forgotten? Are the marginalized communities forgotten? They were. Yes? Okay then. Marginalized communities are not forgotten. Why do I say so? The Commission has been at the forefront to advance for their issues. And one of the challenges that we realized is that there is no data. There is no data that we can say this is the number of the marginalized communities in Kenya. The other issue we can talk about is there is no policy. What we have are articles in the Constitution, international level, mentioning issues of marginalized communities. And we can refer to Article 56 that talks about the affirmative action programs for the marginalized communities when it comes to issues of employment and many other issues. Then there's also Article 100 that speaks about representation. The Commission has always been a forefront to spearhead the implementation of Article 100. But of course, there has always been challenges. We've done various submissions because the Commission is the secretariat of ensuring that Article 100 has been implemented. And of course, there has been lack of goodwill from our the National Assembly to pass that specific legislation in regards to representation. So there's also the other issue why you hear questions, where are the minorities and marginalized communities? There's no umbrella organization that can really speak to the issues of marginalized communities. And what exists, there are CSOs which are scattered in the country. If you look at persons with disabilities, there's an umbrella organization, and despite those other CSOs that has come together, and that is why we have the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. There is the Council for Youth. There is the Council for Children. So when it comes to marginalized communities, there is no what such an organization to really articulate your issues. Then there's also an issue of no agreed name or common reference that we can say there the marginalized communities can be referred to. We have those that like to be referred to as minorities, marginalized, indigenous peoples, and many others. Okay? So there has been that issue. So I was just responding to what Wakoia mentioned. And now, if you look also at the most recent appointments which were made, nominations that were made by the president yesterday, there was the creation of the Youth Affairs Department, all right? There is also the creation of the State Department of Children Welfare. We already have the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Actions. There is also the department that articulates the issues of older members of the society. Where is the unit? Because however much we are saying we are under the office of the president, I know there will be issues of funding. There is also the element of there is no policy. And if those things are not put in place, that a department has been created specifically to deal with issues of marginalized communities, then when it comes to funding from the treasury, it becomes what? A challenge. Now, allow me then to quickly talk about the National Gender and Equality Commission. National Gender and Equality Commission is a constitutional commission which has been established pursuant to Articles 59(4) and 5 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And this has been, the National Gender and Equality Commission has been also established through the National Gender and Equality Commission Act Cap 7K of the laws of Kenya. When you go to the Constitution, you will not find a standalone National Gender and Equality Commission. What you will find is the Kenya Human Rights and Equality Commission. And back in 2011, what happened? The Parliament has powers to split that article, and that is what created the National Gender and Equality Commission, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, and the Commission on Administrative Justice. The nation is mandated to promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination under Article 27 of the Constitution for all people in Kenya, and with a specific focus on what we call special interest groups. If you go to Article 53, Article 54, Article 55, Article 56, that's where you will find this special interest group. children, Article 53, Article 54, persons with disabilities, Article 55, the youth, Article 56, the marginalized communities, Article 57, the older members of the society, and then going back to Article 27, which really speaks to the issues of women. Where are our men? Because there has always been misconception that national that, because when you talk about youth, male and female under that category. When it comes to older members of the society, and we have male and female. When it comes to persons with disabilities, they were created because of historical marginalization. Okay? That is why not allowed even to acquire an ID. There are some of the work that the National Gender and Equality Commission does. There's so much that we do. There is, when I talk about equality and inclusion, is inclusion of the various special interest groups. Then there is investigations and redress and inclusion of marginalized communities in the development agenda. And also there's the element of research, knowledge, and management. Some of our strategies that we can use, the Commission has 16 functions. If you visit our website, you'll be in a position to see all that. So for us to implement the 16 functions, we employ the following strategies. We advise and facilitate on policy, laws, regulations, standards, and guidelines to enhance compliance. And until most recently, you remember Stanley was talking about there was the scoping review that was done, and this is one that informed the development of a policy and a legal framework for the marginalized community. So the Commission has been spearheading, and I would say we are not developing. We are facilitating and coordinating state and non-state actors in the policy development of the marginalized communities. And that is why we are working very closely with the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, because they are the custodians and they are the implementers. So what it means then, the Commission then, once the policy has been developed, will come and oversight and ensure that it is implemented and it's not kept under the carpet. Okay? So we also facilitate state compliance on international and regional reporting, especially on issues touching on special interest groups. We also monitor participation and also inclusion of the special interest groups in the development agenda. A case in point, I would give an example of, especially during the elections. And this is why we really encourage all our special interest groups, including the marginalized communities, to register and ensure they are part of a political party. Because when it comes to the issues of nomination, then, if you are not registered, how else will you ensure that you are nominated? We monitor the participation of all those special interest groups in all spheres of the principles of equality and inclusion. And I can say with authority that the Commission has issued various advisories, because what we find when it comes to access to government procurement opportunities, what has been set there is 30%, and it has not even been split further to say is 30% procurement for women, persons with disabilities, and youth. There is no criteria of the 30% how it will be shared also among the 3 groups. And even to make the matters worse, the marginalized communities are not part of that now. Procurement opportunities. This is a even here where I'm standing, looking at each one of you. I can't substantive data which can assist in all that. We also coordinate and advise on public education programs, and I can say the commission for the last 2 years or so, we worked very closely with the unit, especially during the commemoration of the Minority Rights Day, and also there is the Indigenous World Day, which among others. We also facilitate the state and the non-state actors, including the private institutions, to ensure issues of special interest groups are taken into consideration. What are some of our tools that we use or how do we operate? Basically, they are the local and the normative frameworks in relation to all the special interest group, and of course, Commission. We are also guided by the National Gender and Equality Commission Act of 2011. There is also our strategic plan. We also work closely by looking at the program-based costed work plan, which is always uploaded at the National Treasury. And of course, there are the directives and the request that we receive from Parliament. And of course, other requests from the ministries, counties, and the departments, and other interventions supported by development partners, and also the emerging issues. The commission has been in place from 2012. And what are some of the key achievements? I will start with the most recent one. The commission facilitates, which I'm saying is a national inclusive development framework for the marginalized. This review will inform the design of the minimum requirements for the inclusive development that is responsive to the needs of the marginalized communities. And this is where you can see we are advancing for the development of our policy. And also some of other issues that we are really keen on is really coming up with an inventory that will say this is the number of the marginalized communities, and it will lead to the gazettement so that the marginalized communities can benefit from the various government interventions when it comes to employment, when it comes to representation, among others. Then there is also another report, Unmasking Ethnic Minorities and Marginalized Communities. How do you say? This is a document that the commission facilitated, or who are the ethnic minorities and marginalized communities, all the 47 counties. And the report led to the realization of the 30/70 representation of the county government workforce. And in 2018, we realized that there were gaps in that report because some of the communities that found their way in that report, they don't qualify to belong to the marginalized communities. The reason now, as a commission, sat down with the support from World Bank and other institutions to now validate that report. And in the last regime, the last government, there was also a unit or land electorate under the office of the deputy president, then the current president, where they also tried to do mapping of the marginalized communities. That report has never seen the light of the day. We tried to really get the report so that at least with the various reports that are there, we can validate and inform on the numbers. Who county, you find their Luos there, there are Muslims there. Who say those belong to the minorities because they are few in number? Yes, would they qualify? Okay. We also conducted an audit on the status of water, health, and road sector in select 8 marginalized communities, and this was under the first equalization fund. And of course, before the funds could get to the various counties, community perception of land and natural resource management, and also the prayers of marginalization in Kenya. Now then, what are some of the initiatives that can be implemented in collaboration with the collaboration between Gender Commission and the Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit? First and foremost, and this is very critical, policy formulation and advocacy. Ngek can play a role in ensuring national policies are inclusive of the marginalized and the minorities communities. We review all the policies from the county government and the national government to ensure they are inclusive of what? The marginalized community. Under the policy formulation and advocacy, the unit then, you can provide data on the specific needs of these communities. And this will assist in shaping the policies that will address the unique challenges that are faced by the marginalized communities. Another key initiative that I see is monitoring and compliance. And under this, National Gender and Equality Commission can monitor the implementation of the various laws and policies to ensure government institutions and other stakeholders, they comply with the Constitution provision, which has to speak to the issues of equality and inclusion. And the unit under monitoring and compliance, you can help in tracking it. We can conduct outreach programs to educate the public about the rights of marginalized communities. And this can be especially, and we've done so much of this with the unit, especially the Minority Rights Day, and also there is also the World Especially at the Grassroots Legal. The other issue is legal support and redress, and GEC has the mandate to investigate complaints related to discrimination and exclusion. We have a department that deals with all that, whereas the minority and the marginalized unit, you can support this effort, of course, by collecting evidence and documenting the cases and facilitating access to legal aid. And I'm almost winding up, Doc. There is the research and data collection. Ngek can conduct research to inform policies on various issues of inclusion and the unit inclusion and the unit. You can gather specific data on minority groups, the marginalized communities, then disparities, and recommend intervention. And of course, lastly, we are calling upon collaboration with other stakeholders. We can work with the government, ministries, NGOs, international organizations, and that is what we are currently doing. We've begun a journey with the unit where we are trying to fundraise resources so that we can start the journey of the policy development. There is so much, but thank you. I welcome any question.
Thank you. You have quite a lot, but thank you. You've put it in very brief. Now, tumpigie makofi. Yeah, I am a coffee. I am an emotion. We've learned a lot. Collaboration areas, what has been done, what they're looking at, and there's so much that we are able to learn from what she has presented. And these are conversations that have just begun, and they are going to continue. So we continue with these conversations until we achieve the goal of what we are looking at for the minorities, ethnic minorities, and marginalized peoples. So let's clap for her, a good one. 3 factorial, 1, 2, go. Asante. Ni kama wengine sukari imeenda chini kidogo. And we are now getting to the final speaker of the day. And after that, we're going to have our partners, Horn of Africa, Youth Network, and MMAU, discussing and looking at the way forward from this workshop, because we are ending towards closing. Now, in preparation for the next speaker, who is going to tell us about the government commitment, and many questions which were raised in the morning, I believe, are getting answered even as we move on. Yes. One more? Okay. Yes, if there is any question, please. Any question? He's giving one, so if you have yours, just ask. We are picking the questions. And
thank you very much, Carol, for that comprehensive presentation about the National Gender and Equality Commission. One thing that I would like Wakili Kisabit to come and clarify is the seemingly overlapping responsibilities between the unit and the commission on issues of governance and on issues of leadership, even administrative aspects of that, so that the way is very clear for the unit to operate since it has just begun. What is it that the unit is going to do that Ngek was not able to do from 2013? I will also wish, and maybe that can be asked, we can ask the commission, if you look at Article 161, Article 261, which required that legislation and policies, related policies to make marginalization work was supposed to have been done at least by 2015. Right now we are 10 years after that 2015. How comes that we are doing it right now? with the existence of the commission? So that is a question that perhaps the commission can respond to, and as the government also comes to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have another question. Any other question? Okay. Thank you. So, would you, Carol, just in 1 minute, please? In 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Doka. I would like to start from the point that we are working for the same government, and we should not appear like we have overlapping mandate. I would start with an example of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. It took before they could really understand their mandate. The Commission is an oversight. We do not implement government policies. The ministry and departments and agencies are the implementing partners. Are we together up to there? Yes. So, maybe the representative from the office of the president, this is a unit which was created just the other day. And I would urge all of us here, as we try to find our bearing, we also try to understand where we are coming from and where we are heading to, so that we don't appear like we are fighting, okay? Because Dr. Leah, he was in one of our meetings that we set up to issue an advisory to the president when we realized the issues of the marginalized communities could not be implemented, because as a commission, we are not implementers. So as we were advocating for an institution which is well grounded to implement some of these issues, we started to a point of where there is no data for the marginalized communities, which was done back in 2016. And we also realized that there were gaps. And the reason then, we said we also need to do a desk review, which led to the scoping review report. What I'm calling upon is collaboration with the like-minded institutions, CSOs, development partners, so that we can push the agenda of the policy and development. Let me make this rider.
I give you 1 minute. I give you 1 minute, please.
Yes, we started the process of facilitating the development of the policy for the marginalized communities. If we start fighting now that there is overlapping mandate, we are getting support from the World Bank. What will happen? They will sit down and they say, this is a political institution. Definitely, because, and again, and maybe Dr. Ali can also support me in that, one of the issues we are grappling with was, where will this unit be housed? Because, and again, for you to be fully supported through the exchequer, you need a department. So this is not a discussion for today, it's a continuous discussion. Thank you.
Very true, very, very true. Clap for her. It's a continuous conversation. And where there are continuous conversations, there will be no issues. There will be no issues, but it's a clarification that was being sought, and I believe those conversations will continue at other levels. So at this point, and Carol, I want to believe we are all speaking from one voice, we are on the same page. So you have used a very strong word, fighting, to let's not fight. There's no fighting, we are actually talking, just conversation. Yes. Yeah, I'm a mediator and I'm very keen on words. So we let's have conversations and everything will be sorted. Okay, so let's stand up, refresh a bit, as I invite our last speaker of the day, after whom I will invite the CEO, Horn of Africa Youth Network, to take us through the action plan. And if there may be any guests who would wish to leave earlier, kindly let us know so that we can have a photo with you before you leave, and then we can continue with our program. So here we are going to do, tumeona mambo hapa ni mengi na tutaenda step by step. We have seen the actors have many, so tufanye hesabu kidogo. Aya, nani anakumbuka 1 + 1 = 2? Wenye hawakuwa jana mtaflow, mshike tukiendelea. Mwingie kwa bus tukiendelea. I come from where the bus was. Okay, so twende 1 plus, say 1 plus 1 is equals to, please stretch your body. We intend to move the body so that you can remain awake. Is equals to 2. Hivi eh? Okay, 2 plus, watu wengine wanaweka times multiplication, ni plus 2 is equals to, kuna mtu amesimama kama mti, is equals to 4. Sio hivi wewe, sio mguu nyuma, hapa mbele. Aya, drop. So twende 4 plus 4 is equals to 8. Kuna watu wajafika chini na hakuna 8 inaishia hapa katikati. Kwa hivyo tufanye moja tuketi. Twende 1 to go. 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. Na hapo ni ngeki. Ngeki ilianza 1, mwingine 1, tumefika 2. Aya, twende sasa. 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. Drop. Michael, you're not with us. Twende 1 to go. 4 plus 4 is equals to 8. You should see what Chariot was doing. He was driving a lorry. Okay, thank you so much. Take a seat, and we want to welcome our speaker. And please come. Wakili, keeps a bit. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please, I'm marginalized, and sometimes the names in marginalized areas also have, so forgive me if I mispronounce. Kisabit Kiprop, Technical Advisor, Legislative Affairs, President, Economic Transformation Secretariat, Organization, Executive Office of the President, State House. So you're welcome, and please continue with that introduction. Asante.
Thank you very much.
Shake your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Watu wa mapicha wako wapi? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, our people. If there is a person who is the most happiest in this room today, it is me. For so many reasons. I know I'm coming at a time when the sugar levels are down. That's kumara nyingi is so disappointing for mwalimu, because he expects a lot from the student, but later on, because of sugar levels, inakuanga ngumu. But all in all, I've come here to have a discussion with you people. Not to lecture, not to give a presentation, but to have a discussion with you people. And I want to thank all our partners, friends, and colleagues in government, and colleagues who have joined us in government. May I take this opportunity by way of either show of hands or msimame tutujuane wote.
I know there are so many people in the executive office of the president. Now the new unit of minority and marginalized affairs unit. Nataka kujua tu. Msimame wote tujuane. We are so many. So thank you very much. Let me take this earliest opportunity to welcome you all to the government and specifically to the office of Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. Thank you, Ketini. I've been given 20 minutes to discuss, but very unfortunate, but I have also another meeting to catch up at 3, so I'll be very, very brief. Na nikimbia mahali. So, I was given to discuss about the commitment of government. And as the introduction was going on, let me pick it from there and say my name is Kisabet Kiprop. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I joined the government in 2013. And my time when I joined the government, I was given a privilege as minority and marginalized person to join the office of the Deputy President. And by then, by joining the office of the Deputy President, there was no any advisory that was given for Kisabet Kiprop to join the office of the Deputy President, rather than a person in that capacity as the Deputy President is the one who made sure that a number of us joined the office of the Deputy President. It has been a journey. I know for Caro, we have been together in this journey. I think I met Caro midway when you joined Ngenge, the commission. And when you joined the commission, we have had various engagement with the National Gender and Equality Commission. And the way Caro was saying, she knows me very well. I'm a very radical person when it comes to the issues of minority and marginalized affairs. And Caro mentioned, I'll start my discussion by saying, Caro mentioned about unmasking the ethnic minority. That was the report that was developed by National Gender and Equality Commission. In that report, if we have enough time, probably we're going to discuss about the definition of who is a minority and who is not. The mistake, fundamental mistake that National Gender and Equality Commission did is by lumping up minority communities as part of the minority communities in Kenya. I had advantage of reading the report. I have read the report unmasking the ethnic minority. And I think we even raised an issue by then with the commissioners, with the directors, and our complaint was, one of the complaints was about the report because we are among the people who are even part of the team that we are working closely with National Gender and Equality Commission. Secondly, that we caution National Gender and Equality Commission by then because there was nothing at all before they started the report that they were doing on issues of minority and marginalized communities. At some point in a meeting, we even refer to you people as extension of this organization for women. It's called what? FIDA. It's an extension of FIDA. And that's the time now we started now seeing the fruit for us working with National Gender and Equality Commission. By now, we are very happy because we are working closely, but also as we work closely, the Constitution is very clear in terms of the roles, responsibilities, and agendas that each and every office must execute. There's separation of what we are supposed to do, and there's things that the office of minority and marginalized communities, they are supposed to do, and there are things that National Gender and Equality Commission, they are supposed to do. The commission as is in the Constitution, is oversight. It's an oversight body, not an implementing body. So the work of policy and other things squarely lies with the office when it comes to the issues of minority and marginalized, lies squarely with your offices, the people who are in the Office of Minority and Marginalized Affairs, to make sure that by the end of the day, we have a policy and other related laws to assist the persons of minority and marginalized office. My people, allow me, probably, he has mentioned about speakers who have come before me. They have really discussed about the history of minority and marginalized. And probably by way of a recap, we'll make sure kwamba tunasaidiana wote kufanya hii mambo ya minority and marginalized pamoja. Just to do a recap. Probably, as a lawyer, I want to take you the process of law. Just assist me with a charter. Pie chart. It's called what? Pie chart? Flip chart. Thank you very much for correction. There's something in law called FILAC. Who has had something called FILAC? Yes? There's something called FILAC. How many lawyers do you have in the house? Yes? I would try as much as possible to summarize. How many lawyers do you have in the house? Yes. Now, if the people who are very close to her can tell you that FILAC, she can tell you that FILAC means facts, issues, law, analysis, and conclusion. You know, when I was told to come and make a presentation and have a discussion, I thought probably I'm going to meet the colleagues from Executive Office of the President, the MME Affairs Unit. And I prepared my presentation based on that so that they understand when they're executing their duties, it's important that they understand what are these facts that they are dealing with, because now we have been appointed to go and assist minority and marginalized people on their issues. Facts. Then what are the issues? What are the law? Or in your areas of capacity that you're supposed to be dealing with, what are the areas? Then analyze, come up with a conclusion as a way forward. I don't know whether it's clear. The speakers who came before me, I think they have discussed facts, and it's very important that we become very clear about when we are dealing with facts. But before we deal with facts, who are the minorities? Who are the minorities? We are here because of these minorities. Who are minorities? For the purpose of this exercise, let us call them clients, okay? Who are these our clients? How can you differentiate between your client and others who are not your clients? Yes? Unajua ni lunch time, sasa lazima tusaidiane wote, si ndio? Yes. How can you know if a person comes to you, because we don't want tomorrow a group from nowhere, they come from they come to your office and tells you that sisi ni minorities. We need to understand who are these minorities. Okay? First, Article 260 gives us the definition of who is a minority. But if you see in Article 260, the definition of minority, it becomes very hard for you to tell at the end of the day who is a minority, because you have to break it down in such a manner that you get the answers of who is a minority. But for the purpose of this exercise, let me read it for you, what the worldwide accepted just a working definition. It's not a definition, but a working definition of who is a minority. First, there's a principle of first come. Muliambia vitu kama hizo? Mkiwa mnasoma? Yes? First come. That if you are looking at who is the minority, first you look at who was the first in that area. From that time immemorial that you say nani alikuwa hapo, mtu wa kwanza kuingia hapo. Which community was it there that has lived from time immemorial? That community is a question of descendants. That if you look at your grandfather, great grandfather, and what, then you can say first come. Then secondly is the principle of non-dominance. There's a principle of non-dominance. And the principle of non-dominance says that the people in question are placed under state structure with social and cultural characteristics alien to theirs, do not control the national government, and constitute a numerical minority. That ingawaje watu waliingia wa kwanza, but they have been dominated by other communities. Yes? Who by numbers, those other communities, they are regarded as majority. So if you go to a particular county, for example, you come from Baringo. He comes from Baringo, he's from El Chamos community. For El Chamos community, if you look at the history of El Chamos community, they regard it as first come, but secondly, they do not dominate that county. There are other major communities that dominate that county. That's why they are regarded as minority community. Then there is this of a cultural difference. Cultural difference. What does cultural difference mean? That today, if for Chamos, the major community in Baringo is which one? Tugen. If you practice the same culture, you speak the same language, yes? Then the only thing the difference is that is clan from a different clan. Can you be regarded as a minority in that county? You cannot. So there's that principle of cultural difference. That they don't, if you look at the language, how they conduct their traditional ceremonies is different from the majority community in that county. Are we together? Then there's a principle of self-ascription. That these people regard themselves as minority community. They don't, this different, their culture is different from the rest, that they just define themselves as such. Wajakubali kumezwa. Hawa wamesema hawa, for them, they are in race, for them, they are Yakus, and they are not Masais. So they regard themselves as different from the majority and define themselves as indigenous communities. Then when we look at the history of Kenya, as we are going to see, is there's another group which is emerging that can be accommodated as minority communities, as minority community, whereby this community, because of other reasons, they were forced and found themselves in the territories of the Republic of Kenya. Their culture
their culture, they self-ascribe themselves as such, and they regard themselves as different. One of the best examples are this community from Kibra. Nubians. For Nubians, they can be defined as minority community. When you are looking at the fact of minority community, I wish we had time so that we take each other through the thing. When you look at these issues of minority communities, then from historical perspective, there are some of the things that you must derive. That when now you add the issue of minority and marginalized, you will find a community that is a minority but not what? Marginalized. Who can give you one of the best examples? Indians. Good. Indians, they are minority numbers, but if you look at the economic empowerment, if you look at the political empowerment, they are well empowered, so they can be regarded as minority and marginalized. Are you all together? Tuko sawa? Are you with us? You say I'm with us. Now, tutaruka hii mambo ya in our file. Like you remember our nini ya file? Facts, issues, law, analysis and conclusion. So allow me first niruke mambo ya issues. Now we'll come with issues because you now understand what are these. I will be mixing them. What are these issues that these minorities face? What are these issues that the minorities face? You discuss, Daktari, you discuss about the issue of land issue. Land issue. The issue of political or what you can say representation. Which other thing? Yes, cultural. Another one? Yes, unemployment. The question of unemployment. Yes, education. So can we say in totality it's about discrimination? So that when you go to the issue of discrimination, then you look at discrimination in terms of education and other things. Which other thing? Climate change. Legal recognition. It's not just recognition, but legal recognition. You will find our people saying, oh, sisi hatujapatiwa code, we are not recognized. You will find mzee at village does not understand at all English, lakini anakumbuka kitu na kwanga recognition, kwamba hatuna hiyo code. They will tell you hatuna code. What other thing as we finish? I think we can use this one as our example as we proceed. Okay? Now, because I'm trying to rush you through so that we summarize. When you're interrogating the issues, you interrogate the issues, look at the facts. Yes? How are these people independent? And this one is say colonial, the colonial time. Look at them. How are the policies of colonial time discriminated them in terms of employment, in terms of their land, and what? During this time, the white settlers
a number of land from minority communities and push them towards the other end, either in dry areas, the asal areas, or those who are like from Kitale, the Sengwers and Ogek, they were pushed in the forest. Okay? So they are pushed in the forest, and because they live in a fertile land, it was taken by white settlers. Then that independent is post-independent. Immediately after independence, that was in 1960 what? 63. Immediately after independence, the Kenya ikachukua uongozi. Sisi wenyewe tukaanza kujiongoza. But the problematic part of it, we inherited the colonial policies. Instead of now settling these other Kenyans in their land, yes, this land were bought by the majority communities in the name of shares, cooperative, and then their land was taken. So during this period, there's a lot about the government policies that were done that discriminated these minority communities in terms of what we have mentioned. They were not recognized in terms of employment, in terms of land, because they were not given back their land. What the government did, you remember the Ndungu report, the Ndungu Commission. The Ndungu Commission came up with a report on how to compensate these minority and marginalized communities, but it was not effective. Now the war started now in terms of, we are nearing to the 2010 Constitution. There was much lobbying in terms of now, as women, this is what we need. As persons with disability, this is what we need. Minority and marginalized communities, this is what we need. At the end of the day now, after that lobbying, the 2010 Constitution came into effect in 2010. Was it August? August. 27th of August, it came into effect, or 27th of August. Now, in 27th of August, when it came into effect, there are so many benefits for special interest people. And for special interest, it includes women, youth, persons with disabilities, and minority and marginalized communities. Yes? Children as well. Those were the only special categories that were discussed prior to 2010 Constitution. According to my understanding, 2010 Constitution, those were discussion that was centered. It was centering the 2010 drafting of the 2010 Constitution. Unless, because the fact that I know, there was no issue about the gay rights, there was no issue about lesbian rights and other things. So the special interest group were only discussed and what the Constitution captures. The Wakil here will tell you that when you're interpreting the Constitution, you interpret using the something called the spirit and what? The letter and spirit of the Constitution. What is the letter and spirit of the Constitution when it comes to special interest group? Is what I've highlighted. So it doesn't accommodate other things, because letter and the spirit of the Constitution by then was about the special interest group. But what happened? The special interest group, women, wakasaidiwa, si ndio? Yes? That is now we are in 2010 Constitution. There was a deliberate effort by government policymakers to make sure that women were assisted, children were assisted, persons with disability, they were assisted. Now the only group that was left alone is minority and marginalized communities. If time allows, we will go each and every article, but for today I don't think it will allow. But I will have to summarize, because I will not go into the details of what is in the Constitution. If we have an attack forum, then we are going to discuss. After 2010 until 2013, when we had first government under the 2010, the change of regime under the 2010 Constitution, that is Uhuru Ruto. In that 2010 Constitution now, there were some of the articles which by then the government and the leadership of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and by then the Deputy President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, they tried to push to make sure that the gain under the Constitution is realized. So they started on the issue of pushing in terms of appointment. There was an effort to just do something with the policy, but by 2017, because by 2013 there were several appointments that were realized, and I did mention about even myself, there were several guys from the office of the Deputy President that they were appointed to come and to be part of the government in various positions. Then 2017, there was a deliberate effort, because we had in the office, we had discussed with a number of people in terms of how now do we push the agenda of minority and marginalized communities. Then, through the wisdom of His Excellency, the President now, when he was the Deputy President, then he decided to appoint a person who came in as Director of Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit in the office of the Deputy President. When he worked for some time, until when it was about to reach 2021, when politics now came in, and that office was later transferred from office of the Deputy President to the office or executive office of the President Arambe House. But we didn't know what happened, because the office just died like that, and the person was transferred to the National Coalition. There's a lot of politics surrounding it. Then after 2022, there was also a deliberate effort by the same person to make sure that we have an office again of Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. And he appointed Honorable Loy to come in and assist. And the Honorable Loy came, and after consultation and in his own wisdom, he wrote an advisory to the President that the issues surrounding minority and marginalized affairs are so many that he needs a team. And that's the time he was allowed to create a structure for him now to bring more people to come and assist him. And that's the reason why your officers are here. And there are so many issues that including the issues of policy and other issues of unemployment and other things. Because if you look now, we are working very closely, like never before, with the party. That's why you see the party is present. The ruling party of Kenya Kwanza, UDA, is present here to assist us push the issues of Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. If you can see, if probably, if he has not shared with you, there's a number of things that this government has done. Since its time immemorial, for minority communities. One of them is the issue when you talk about unemployment. Now, if you see in the Public Service Commission portal, there are a number of communities which have been included. and now they are recognized as part and parcel of the minority communities in Kenya, and they are given special opportunities in terms of employment. In terms of administrative units, there are a number of them that has been created. We have that one of Illeret sub-county. We have Capture Up sub-county for the Sengwer. Illeret, I think, was for Dasanach. We have Siois division for the Sengwer, and so many that this government has done and is going to do. For the first time in the history of the Republic of Kenya, we had International Minority Day. Deliberate effort by this government to make sure that minorities are also recognized. We have also we had the second one last year, celebrating also minorities worldwide. The thing that has never happened before. And I wish that our partners also, as your sisters also journey in this process, pointing out areas that we need also to improve. At the same time, just appreciate us, appreciate this government. This is what you have done. Thank you very much, but continue doing 1, 2, 3, so that we become friends and real partners. You cannot be coming to my house and telling me now, every time that you come, you just see problems. Unaangalia kuna shida hapa, you go. Na kupatia maji, maziwa, unakula, baadaye unasema, hii ugali, sijui ilikuwa namna gani, chapati hii kupigwa vizuri. Sema kwanza umeshiba, then unasema, next time, punguza chumvi kidogo. Sina mbayo. That's how we need now to work together as real partners. And we must differentiate between facts and fiction. Give credit where it's due. So kwa hayo machache, tuendelea kufanya pamoja kazi. I'll welcome any question that you people have, but we'll continue work together. More again for our colleagues who have joined us. Karibuni sana. Let us push together. And probably in 2 minutes, let me say, before I joined government, I used also to work for refugees. We used to partner with, I used to be in Kituo cha Sheria working for refugees. There's something special when you work for other people with one heart. This is the people that probably they will say now, they are not minorities. We worked for refugees. Until the time that I'm speaking now, I have a number of friends from refugees. And something that we did for refugees is, first is to make sure that they are like police, they used to get arrested a lot. They used to be, there's a thinking that these Kenyans are kwamba, for refugees they have a lot of money. That they normally given dollars by UNHCR. But there's nothing at all. What we did, we organized meetings, took those refugees for them to discuss the issues in front of immigration officers, police officers, stakeholders, na civil society. By the time mkutano inaisha, watu walikuwa wanalia. And people used to call us, instead of arresting them, watu wetu wako hapa, tafadhali mkujeni mwasaidie. You people that you are not from minority communities, please embrace that culture, work for those people like your people. I know the blessings that God is going to reward you people. He has rewarded me. And he continues to reward me. So work for them and save your own people. Thank you very much. I welcome questions.
Asante sana wakili for that presentation, and I believe clarifications have been made. I believe there are questions, but before that, let's appreciate him with Yamoi. Tatu, twende. Oh, okay. Nigani hiyo sasa jisemee ndio tukupatie hiyo umesema. Sasa yeye anasema kile tutampatia. Ni sawa? Imekubalika. Twende basi. 1 2 go, reloaded eh? 1 2. Kwanza tu practice. Twende 1 2. Tumepata? Sasa tumpigie sasa. Hiyo ilikuwa practice. Sasa tumpigie makofi sasa. Twende. Hiyo ni yako. Asante sana. Asante kwa kutufunza kitu. Questions? Anybody with a question? Where is Mike and the mic?
Wakili, that was a nice presentation. Pongezi. I recognize you from back in the day. And there's a question that was asked, and probably this is not a question. This is a clarification and reinforcing what you've put across. And it was an issue on pastoralists. The government has been deliberate, and especially the Kenya Kwanza government has been deliberate on actually working with the pastoralists. Right from Baringo all the way to Mandera, we have feedlots that are already running, and those are number of deliberate efforts to help the pastoralists. The challenge that we have, of course, is communication. I know, don't ask me. And in the past, we've had policies such as the range and patrollism strategy of 2021. We've had the National Livestock Policy of 2019, which has actually given birth to a number of things, including taking education to the nomadic area that was done under a council called NACONIC. So those are things that we should be informing ourselves. Finally, in regards to the issues of patrollism, we need, of course, as a unit to still collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and to bring our issues that we see and that actually touches on the minority groups as a patrolist. The other thing probably is to put some line in is the cultural aspects of what we have with the minority groups. We need a paradigm shift and, of course, a change in mindset to drop the bad cultural practices and retain the better cultural practices. Like the issue of the youth, where there are many programs that are being run under the State Department of Youth. There is a new program called National Youth Opportunities Training, I think something like that. It's called Nyota, and it is running across the country. So we need to familiarize ourselves and actually bring the youth in the marginalized areas to be part and parcel of the government programs. Since time is running out, there is an issue that was talked about, formulation of policies. What we need to do probably as a unit is to canvas to be part of public participation. So if any public participation is done and there is no involvement of the minorities, and that is the marginalized people, then we need to reject that through several avenues. But what we need to do is to actually help mainstream public participation for the minority and marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think he was referring to deliberate and policy, that is sessional paper number 10 of 1965, where it discriminated some areas, locked some areas from development. So what this government is doing is deliberate effort of developing those areas. Thank you.
I have two. The first one is on reparations. We understand these communities have suffered marginalization and injustice for quite some time. And I know there are frameworks in place guiding how compensation and all that should be done. But is there a way that we can also, you guys, is hard. For instance, how are you going to compensate the cultural loss aspect from just the financial part to also the other aspects that are important to these communities? How are we going to go about that? And the second one, that's that I'll give an example of when we conduct the census, and I'll take a a very practical example of the communities in the northern part of the country. You realize, let's say when census are being conducted, or any other mega important activity, whether it is civic education or whatever, before elections and all that, sometimes the timing of the activities do not align with the, what is it called? For lack of a better word, the timing of these communities. For instance, census are mostly conducted, when they are being conducted, maybe it's when these communities are down there trying to find person and all that, away from homes. So by the time the data is collected, let's say you'll have 10,000, but the actual data is, it's not 10,000, yeah? Because is there a way the government programs also can take into account those needs? And the other one is on, just to add on that one. Oh, I am requesting for 5 minutes. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Please, do right. Give it to everyone. Right, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I summarize on that?
Please.
On the issue of compensation, that issue is under discussion, but the thing that we ask ourselves, this is something that came up since, I think, 1980s, but nothing has been done. Nothing was done. So as government, what the government decided and what we are doing now is for every journey you must start with a step. We have begun with a step. We started in 2013. Now we are here. We are moving slowly to make sure first we organize ourselves. By the time we reach that we have organized ourselves fully and we see that's the right time to discuss those issues, then we'll discuss and deal with it. But for now, we are trying to see on how we can handle these other issues first. Then when we reach there, we'll see how we're going to handle it. But it's an issue is under discussion. On the issues of census, this government is very much aware about the nomadic life of these pastoralists, that they move from one location to another. The better agenda that's being implemented is being implemented with full knowledge that these are nomadic people, they are moving. So when it comes to the issue of census, I don't think it will be a challenge to us because we have tracked their movement. Yes, we have. I can promise you for a fact that they move from one location to another. That's why when we're implementing the better, that is bottom up economic transformation agenda, we are implementing it with full knowledge that is a nomad people. Thank you. Can I retweet now?
Yeah, you may see. Thank you. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, please, if you have any burning question, write it down and we'll see how you get the answers, even if you're not part of our office. So at this point, we have now come to an end of the presentations by our very important guests, and collectively we could appreciate them by just 3 factorials, or that is the write-ups that they had. We really appreciate. We go for lunch, then we come back. They have refused. The answer is no. Tumalize twende tukiendanga. Tumalize twende tukiendanga. Leo ni furahi day. What? Oh, Naivasha. You're flying, you're even dressed. You're dressed for Naivasha. So, and some people here angalia those ones of time. Leo ni Friday time. So, okay, first we do the clap. Then I invite our friends team. Then after that, I'll give further direction on the closing ceremony. After that, we'll get into the closing ceremony. So, 3 factorial for all the speakers. 1, 2, go. Asanteni sana. And again and again. Asante. So that question tutaendelea. Continue with the low sugar levels.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And the sugar level has gone down. We want, as we agreed the first day that we met, that we need to be able to live here with an action plan. I have seen our team has done a very good job. Some of you there's like 85% has been done. Can you clap for yourselves? Now, having said that, probably they might have missed something. Before you, there is a paper and a pen. I want to see, just get a clean paper and a pen. If you don't have, let me see. Let me have a clean. If you don't have, my team will help you to get a clean paper. I want to see each and every person has a clean paper. Paper, not a book. There is a difference between a book and a paper. Get one from there. Get one. Okay. So write for me, what do you think or what do you consider a way forward from this training? Just write down. I will pick personally. The way forward. What do you commit the unit to do as we move to the future? I know some of the things might have been captured, but we want to get it right. What do you consider as the way forward? For the 3 days we have been here, what do you consider the way forward? I've already seen there is something that has been captured on institutional development, a policy, advisory, legislation development with a very clear way forward, identification, elaboration, government compliance and implementation, resource mobilization, program and operational aspect. So, right. It's you who is standing between you and your lunch. Are you done? Let me see if you are done. From there. Collect from everyone. Mike, collect for me from that row, please. Give me yours. Don't write your name, please. Don't write. Don't write your name, don't sign. Help me collect them. Help me. It's not a love letter you are writing. Don't put some perfumes. It's not a love letter. Give it to me. Thank you very much. Please, if you still have the paper, please pass it on. We will be very, very grateful. This is an inclusion. We don't want someone to say that they were marginalized from giving the input. Very, very important. Okay. Well, all of us have given us. Thank you very much. Can you clap for yourself? And my work is over.
Thank you very much.
Since I will not have any time to speak, let me say something. So, colleagues, thank you very much. We have come to the end of the 3 days workshop. I will say that I'm very, very, truly grateful for your active participation. But director, not director, from the President Office, whoever put this team together, this is the best, brilliant team. They were here very punctual from 8:30 to 4, even stretching to 5 to discuss. And I will tell you from the person I was very skeptical, as the secretary did mention the first day. You know, when I was given the phone to speak to him, first I dismissed the person who called me. So when he told me that I want you to speak with the marginalized and minority affairs, I asked him, who is that? What do they do? Do they have something like that in the Republic of Kenya? That was my first time to hear. But I'm very, very grateful for the good work that you are doing for the Republic of Kenya towards bringing the plight of the marginalized communities in the map, where we have a huge responsibility that you are discussing. You realize that there is so much that is actually given to us. However much is given, much is expected. So we don't have time. I have seen the action plan 85% done. Of course, the team will be finalizing the workshop report, which is almost 90% done. And I hope, and it's my sincere hope, that when we go back, we'll have this fire burning to make sure that we bring the plight of the marginalized communities into the map. And we want to make sure that we graduate the people from being marginalized to what? To mainstream agenda of the Republic of Kenya. You know, somewhere our brothers from Northeastern region, we were somewhere with them. They were telling, actually they were conversing. They think that we are no longer marginalized. We are actually majority. And actually they have the number. They say that there are 5 million votes in the Republic of Kenya. So we believe that we will work together as the Horn of Africa Youth Network. We commit to work with you we will do as much as we can to support you to make sure that we realize our dreams. So we are very grateful helping of ourselves. Asanteni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Hii ni Friday. Some of us, we don't work past 12. Me to invite the director to continue so that we can be able to close the... And as we close, I think the hotel has been very generous to give us a token of appreciation. Thank you very much. You can clap for me.
Mbariki, 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 we mbariki, mbariki, tubariki we san. Na hii hoteli yake, si ndio? Tumekula chakula kitamu, very committed and everything. May God bless them. May God bless them. Research, that is Director Namwezi, to come and give her remarks.
Bwana Secretary, fellow directors, glad to be here today. Director Research in the Minorities and Affairs Unit under the Executive Office of the President. So I'll just give vote of this insightful and productive capacity building workshop that we've had. I would like to thank all of us sessions, and I'm so glad that every one of us played a great Baringo Women's Youth Organization, Tourist Pastoralist People Initiative, and Madam Margaret. Thank you so much for collaborating with us and helping us explore more on the challenges and opportunities facing the minorities and marginalized communities of this nation. And a discussion with us on the ways forward on how to solve problems facing these vulnerable communities of our country. At this point, I would like to thank you, all of you, and urge all of us to explore the knowledge and insights gained from this workshop and apply it on our respective roles with the focus of protecting and safeguarding the rights of the minorities and marginalized communities of this nation. Being a presidential appointee, I'd like to give special thanks to our President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for believing in us, trusting us, and assigning this role to us to make sure that we fight to protect and safeguard the rights of the minorities and marginalized communities of this nation. I therefore urge all of us to continue with the dedication and make sure that we fight to empower the voices of these vulnerable, marginalized and minorities communities of this nation. Let's all continue with the zeal, and I believe with the dedication, with the hard work that I've seen from all of us, I believe we are going to deliver. And a major task ahead of us. Let's take the necessary steps in ensuring that this unit, at the end of it all, at the end of this regime, is sustainable. It is sustained in that it continues to exist. There is perpetuity. So let's take the necessary steps. We make or form the policy and make sure that at the end of it all, it is constitutionalized. Thank you so much, and above all, thanks be to God, for we are nothing without Him. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. God bless Kenya. Thank you. Just invite. Okay. At this juncture, I would like to invite my colleague, Director.
Good afternoon. Someone is below, but mine is below all above you. Because I was fasting from 5 to persons. A few remarks to make few remarks. For the last 3 days, I got to recover with my team this morning. You have done a wonderful job. Dedication and self-commitments on what's before us. I will only remind us, our goal is the participation of governance of minority and marginalized community in our country and beyond. And those can be categorized in many sectors, from education, economics and employment, cultural and etc. As governance expert, I want to emphasize on the time frames and the reliable approach. Why am I saying this? Because time is of essence. Policy is a process, and the proposed legislation is also a process. There is a goodwill from these administrations. It has been said, and it is already there. It's very unfortunate. I don't want to make more notes, but it's Dr. Clement. I was an opportunity to work with him 20 years ago, and we have associations which are very strong. Someone has spoken about Nomadic Education Council. It was us that time under special programs we have advocated, and they have seen what they have done. We have also a personal association called KLMC, Kenya Livestock Marketing Council. With the blessings of the current president, minority and marginalized is only I'm not there to please you, but it is us to make plan and say it has to be done. To our partners, state actors, we really appreciate. We cannot take for granted, especially this organization that brought us. A few that's administration that is time to go home. But what I want to tell you is let's have rules of engagements, please. Memorandum of understanding around equality and legal experts, so that we understand between partners, so that we are able to know what we are heading to. Clear roles and responsibility, and when to do it. Why am I saying that? It avoids conflicts, it avoids misunderstandings, and it also avoids duplication of resources and efforts and time. So before I sit down in my view, that is something that we are going to come up as unity, so that we are able to plan efficiently. And I was privileged now, honor with
You know, Alake and Abdi are very happy because we are giving them company to fast. But some of us, like my friend from Membabut, has never stayed without lunch since time immemorial. My brother Malucha is almost fainting. Ngomma is just on another world. So, for me, a lot of much to say, but to again repeat and thank the Horn of Africa for giving us this platform to meet and educate. Secondly, I want to say thank you to all our speakers for today. You've really impacted more knowledge to me and my team, and also the Horn of Africa team. We've learned quite a lot, and this is going to help us while developing all the other documents that are before us. All the participants from my office, from Horn of Africa, independent participants, much for staying the 3 days, full 3 days. Normal workshops end on Thursday, but this ones can even run up to Saturday because of the interest that is with the interest that is on it, and the energy and zeal that the people have to make sure that the minority in marginalized communities have gotten what the others are getting. Finally, I just want to clear this. There is no war. It's just a discussion between the unit and the National Gender and Equality Commission. National Gender and Equality Commissions have declared that they are our mother, they gave birth to us. So sasa bado tunataka kunyonya, tutaomba matiti kidogo mpaka sasa tuta outgrow. For now, we don't have anything. We are going to do our work to implement. Microphone imefunga, so we don't have to say much. We are working as a team, and just as a disclosure, the National Gender and Equality Commission, our office, and PIDO have already started a policy development framework, and this is going to enrich what we are going to come up with. But the whole process, National Gender and PIDO are facilitating. The main actors, the doers are the office, because we are going to be the consumers and implementers of the same. When that time comes, we are all going to be mainstreamed and make sure that the document answers to the questions we were asked here by the second speaker this morning. So without much ado, allow me to declare this workshop officially closed, and all of us have Johnny Mercy back to our homes. And for those who are going to fast, make sure that we don't watch you on TV. And safe ride going to Fasha, because there are no flights to Fasha. Private chopper. For private choppers, kindly. Maybe the spiritual powers can be given by the chair. So with those many remarks, asanteni sana. And now let me say, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever. Amen.
microphone. Very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you all okay? Yes. Are you feeling good? Yes. Are you happy to be with us? Yes. Yes. My name is
will